We've got a couple more minutes before break is over. About 2 or 3 minutes before break is over. Hey Sharon, how you doing up there? Awesome. Oh, I need to turn off that phone. Start bringing your coffee and your snacks back to the desk with you. All right, let me All right, I think I'm all ready to go. The powers that be have already called me. We got a few tech issues straight.
Say, Sharon.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Yes. What I see you're going to teach a class in a faster approach to success in real estate. What's that about?
If someone doesn't mind, we're going to get started with curriculum. I'm not sure who I just interrupted, but we're ready to get started. So can you catch her in the chat? I'm not sure who that was I cut off, but we're getting ready to get started, my friends. Sharon, did you get in communication with whomever that person was? Looks like it's Gail. Wanted to know what you got going on, so be sure to let her know. Or
Well, I haven't been told yet.
okay, so we'll continue this during break, my friends, and definitely put it in the chat if you do have an answer, Sharon, for what you got going on, so they can take your class.
I haven't heard that, but that'll be great.
All right, so here we go. The official objectives for today. Don't forget, if you have a question, I'm gonna do my best to catch it in the chat, but chat has been very active today, and I get a lot of private messages as well as the public ones, so sometimes I miss them. Feel free to repeat your question so that I see it, because again, sometimes I miss it. You guys are fast and furious over there. But you can also text me. Some of you have opted to do that already this morning. I've gotten several text messages. And what we're going to be doing today is understanding the use and application of some financial analysis, which means we're looking at some numbers. So we're going to look at investor tax considerations. We're definitely talking about time value of money as well as value of money, required rate of return, net present value, we're going to hit a lot of concepts, but you will know which ones you need for your exams. I'm not going to leave anyone behind, or at least to the best of my ability, Miguel. I got you. So let's get started with a few basic concepts and some vocabulary. We're going to get started here. Go ahead and queue up your cell phones again, because I'm not sure text messages roll from day to day to be used again. So you should already have 22333 in your phone, but send Mishika Gill 560 again and see what your text message says to you. It may say that you're already a part of this poll, but it may actually give you the confirmation again. I think you may need to refresh it. Uh-oh. Sorry about that, guys. I'm on the wrong screen. So did everybody get their messages? And I'm curious, what does it do for you? Does it show you that you're already a part of this poll? What did it tell you? Okay, cool. So I just was curious when you carry it over to day 2. Okay, so yeah, I guess it did need refreshing from day to day. I've always been curious about that. Like, will it let you just continue, or do you need to kind of kick it back up again? Awesome. So apparently it needed refreshing. Gotcha.
For me, all it was, it just gave a reminder that you're in the group. It's probably just a standard saying that you're in the group.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, that's a new one for me. So very cool. Some people are saying that said you have joined. Just, wanted to know for sure. So thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty. Let's get here. This is how I feel about learning math. First official question of the day. Ooh, to you, 48%. Man, y'all are no fun. But let me see. A good portion of you are kind of in the middle. So about 48% of you say that it's not your favorite activity. And some of you say you cringe when you see it, don't go too fast. And the other 48% of you said, I love it, move at any pace you like. And then I'm in the 4% that say, hey, I passed out. Math does not turn me on unless I'm getting a discount at DSW. Thank you. So for those of you who just cringe at it, I see some thumbs up. All right, here we go. And we are going to just kind of take it easy. I have to remind some of you, none of this is going to be a one size fits all situation. You're going to have investors who do things their way. So if you go to an investor and said, the book said, that still might not be what the investor does. So be flexible when you apply this in your real practices and when you're working with your respective clients. There are such things as industry standards, and then there is the way certain people prefer to work. They both exist. But I wouldn't fight with people about which one's right versus which one's wrong, because there are a lot of industry standards that some people use and some people don't. So let's go. You all see the turquoise. That's already your clue to make a note of these two words. And one of the reasons they're written this way is because they refer to the same thing. gross rent multiplier, gross income multiplier. I think through the text, the author tried to stick with GRM as his preferred way of referencing this, gross rent multiplier. But in case you saw GIM, he wanted you to know why. So what he's saying is the gross rent multiplier, it's a good way to estimate property values for small investments, for smaller properties that have got some similar physical characteristics and similar operating costs, like a single family rent house. Now, I don't know why I put pictures of condos up. I think I was tired when I put this together. It is. I'll catch it later, Miguel, but thank you very much. And so with regard to that picture, pay it no mind. I think I put it there because it was pretty. That's all. I think it was just pretty. But we are talking, for the example, a single family home is where you're going to use this. And there's a formula associated with getting your gross rent multiplier. And that's going to be, to get it, you take your sales price and you divide it by your GSI. But I hadn't told you yet what the GSI is. Take a note and write the formula down, and then we're going to talk about it. Catch the formula, your gross rent multiplier, duly noted. Let's see. For the couple of typos you have, I got it. And thank you very much. All right. Hey, I'm not going to respond to every chat notice of incorrectness, but note that I've written it down because I don't have time to go back and forth from the chat to, to the screen, but I see it and I've written it down. So thank you. Thank you. Got it. Because again, all the pages jumped up about 4 pages. So 38 is 42, and that's exactly what you're telling me. When they adjusted the book, I think everything jumped up 4 pages. So let's move on to the next slide. So we're looking at that GSI, and let me back up for a second. There we go. GRM equals your sales price divided by your GSI. So the GSI is your gross scheduled income. So again, you're going to find your gross rent multiplier by dividing the sales price by your gross scheduled income. And the result's going to be the number of years it takes for the gross revenue, that's all that money, to pay for the cost of acquiring the property. So how long is it going to take me to get my money back? That's the short answer. There's that formula one more time just to show it to you. GRM equals your sales price divided by GSI. So this is in your book, but I just separated words from the formula. So maybe for some of us, it's easier to just kind of absorb. But the example says, if a rental house sold for $250,000 and it has a tenant that's paying $1,700 a month in rent and everything's perfect and they paid their $17 a month in rent, what is the gross rent multiplier for that property? Now the word annualize is in here because we want to do this by the year, not per month. So to get this gross rent multiplier for the year, you're going to take that sales price and you need to divide it by how much rent we made in a year. This is why this is a little bit longer than what the original formula looked like. We had to take $1,700, multiply it by 12 months worth of rent. That would have gotten you $20,400. And then if you went ahead and did the math, 250 divided by the 2,400, and you would, and that sounded really bad, you would have gotten 12.26. And so it's going to take a little bit more than 12 years for the gross rental income that you're getting to pay for the cost of buying the property. This is a really simple, quick, jump in, jump out kind of a formula. 12 years. And this really does kind of bring home the point that real estate is a long-term thing. This is not a make money tomorrow situation. This is a long game right here. So this is the way we look at it for the year. But let's just say you did it. Oops, and put your formula back up there for you to see. I didn't realize it didn't show. And you can see the formula sitting right on top of the numbers. Gross rent multiplier, your sales price of 250, your gross scheduled income, the monthly number being multiplied by the number of months to get you $20,400. And again, 12 years and a few months to get her done. So what's a good gross rent multiplier? And I did that for, who's my friend that needed to see good numbers? Oh, there it is. Gerald, that's for you. Gerald, you know, on occasion, sometimes we can put it out there that there's a good number for something. This is not in your book. I went and did a little research. And again, this is not going to be a one size fits all thing. We just happen to be talking about single family purchases. So at the bottom line is clearly the lower the number, the better. That means it's taking me fewer years to get my money back. So this means your rental property is going to take less time to pay off its property price. So while your clients should answer this for themselves, and they're going to tell you on their own what that means, some in the industry might say that a good number is somewhere between 4 and 7 years. 12 years is a long time to wait to get your $250,000 back. So 4 to 7 years might be a great number for this scenario. But again, guess who gets to make that final determination, Lucy? It's going to be your client. And let them know, or ask them rather, when you get to looking for properties for them, what is a good number for them if the gross rent multiplier is one of those numbers they like to consider. I have a client who is from Canada who likes to purchase homes in the Fresno area, which is south of Houston. Highway 6 runs through it. The Fort Bend Tollway is down there. And I don't know why he narrowed down all of the city to Fresno, but that's where he likes to buy his houses and rent them out. That's not something he looks at. I actually had the conversation with him in preparation for this class. So that didn't matter to him. Not everything's going to matter to everybody. So that wasn't even on his purview. Let me just back up. Let me go back up. So again, you need to ask your clients, what is it they're looking for? You'd be amazed at what matters to folks and how they choose to run their numbers. And I like to learn from different clients. Different folks do different things. So the GRM can also be used monthly instead of annually. And this is using the data the way we got it. The GRM, just using the $250,000 sales price divided by the $1,700 in rents, in case you did the formula this way, equals 147.06 months, not years. And that's how long it's going to take to pay for the cost of acquisition. But if we bothered to divide that by 12, then we still would have come up with 12.26 years. Nothing too terribly difficult. No one's eyes have rolled into the backs of their heads yet. I'm looking. You look good so far. Come on, mouse, work with me. There we go. PowerPoint actually froze up on me for a moment. There we go. So we've got, let me go forward the way we're supposed to. We've got cap rate. Little words, big meaning. Big meaning. Cap rate. Capital expenditures and cap rates are not the same thing. So when you hear the word cap or see it on your exam, please be careful to check that you're not assuming one over the other. Capital expenditures and cap rates, one more time, just as a matter of reading, are not the same thing. So here we go. The GRM and the GIM don't necessarily account for operating expenses between the 2 properties or 3 properties you might be looking at. So it may not be the best option for a commercial real estate value estimation. Got it. So a better option is cap rates, short for the long word capitalization rates. Checking the chat. Okay. And this rate reflects the property return, but only 1 year at a time, just 1 year at a time. Keep that in mind because it's going to come up a few times. And so there's this formula for determining what our cap rate is. What was the net operating income for the property? And we'll divide that number by the current value of the property. And this should get us a cap rate. the property return for the 1 year. So here we go. Something weird happens. Cap rate formulas measure three things. It's not necessarily in your book. This is other information from other sources because different people will tell you lots of things about cap rates. They measure rental property rate of return. They might measure for you how much income a property should be generating based on the asking price. And what about this? What the market, value of a property should be based on its income. So those are three things that cap rates might help an investor measure. So let's take a look, and we're going back to Cali. I promise you, we're going to be fooling with this 100-unit apartment building over and over and over today. And it's going to change. So I'm going to do my best to remind you of where we are with this building. So suppose this building yesterday that we brought up, what we bought for $12 million is valued at $16,520,000. And that was one of our values we had picked up yesterday. And before we start solving for cap rates, I want to put something in the atmosphere. Please note this is in turquoise. This is on the exam. You'll need to remember that I equals R times V. Now, for those of you who are not keen on a whole lot of color, the color is on the slide for a reason. I need to help you start making mental differentiations between all the numbers we're going to start slapping up on this page. That's a tool for some of you who don't like math. So in this case, the I stands for the net operating income. The R is going to stand for cap rate, and the V, the current value. So keep this formula in mind when we do this. Go back to the building. Again, I equals R times V. And we might be able to solve this formula for cap rates a couple of different ways. If any part of that I equals R times V is missing, we got to go back to grade school, Cheyenne. We got to go back, Simon. If any part of this formula is missing, then that requires we change what the formula looks like. If we're missing the cap rate, then we need to divide the net operating income by the current value. Or how about we're missing the current value? Then we'll need to find the cap rate and the NOI and do the math in that direction instead. So this can be a little daunting if you don't remember that if one number is missing, we have to go finding numbers. So I want to send you a reminder. Please note the flag in the corner. This is just a reminder from yesterday because we literally are picking up from yesterday. We found that NOI by taking out operating expenses from that effective gross income. And we are following the storyline that's in our book. So our capital reserves that we just have the money set aside was, I think, about $50,000. Let me go ahead and put the example back up here. It was 50 grand. Our reserves. There you go. So the effective gross income for that building yesterday was $1,622,000. And the operating expenses we had at $450,000. And the reserve that we had set aside for any, improvements we needed to make for capital expenditures, we reserved $50,000. We ran this formula and ended up with $1,122,000. I just wanted to put that on the table. This is the NOI that we're about to use for the formula we're going to go look at again. This is just me reminding you of what we saw. So let's go forward one more time. Back to the building, driving me bananas. So there's the formula on the left side of the screen. There are the numbers that correspond with all these alphabets on the other side of the screen. The NOI, as we just saw, $1,122,000. We're dividing that by the current value, which we know, which is the $16,520,000. And we will end up with this number right here, 0.0679 in your calculators. But don't forget to turn that into a percentage. We simply multiply by 100, which effectively moved our decimal point 2 places to the right. And that's how we ended up with 6.79%. That's it. No magic. Just want you to see, there's our formula again. This is where we started, but because we were missing a value, we had to go back and get our cap rate this way, dividing the net operating income by the current value. And so this year's cap rate is set at 6.79%. Now I want to pause here for a moment, give you this quick reminder. This was solved using the current value. I want you to just keep that in your head as we take a small break. That cap rate number means something to a lot of folks. And some of you work with investors now. Talk to me a little bit about what type of investors you have, the kinds of properties they like to buy, and the cap rates they like to see. Because Gerald, I've always appreciated that you like to find what's a good number. And it does fluctuate from property type. Those of you who have been in the biz, what have you seen? And I'm leaning on Taryn, and I'm leaning on who else does this, Anthony. So can you share, please, what you've seen?
I can't share because my guy doesn't do anything. My guy buys it to stay in it and use it long term. So he's buying it for more for personal use or company use. So totally different aspect from his point of view.
What's he buying, by the way?
Land and buildings, but yeah.
But Lee, so kind of like we said before, some people use some formulas and some people don't. So for your client, this wasn't part of what he looks at.
Nope.
That's interesting. Okay. So, and I heard someone else about to chime in as well. Thank you, Taryn.
Yeah. So I have an investor, Premier Homes. They look for about a 7 to 9% cap rate on a buy and hold. You know, they look at, you know, for a flip, margins a little bit higher than that, significantly higher than that rather. But on buy and holds, you know, from a business aspect, you know, multifamily, they want to see somewhere between, you know, 6 and 10%, give or take. You know, it just depends. I mean, obviously, if the numbers make sense, but that's about what I see typically.
Absolutely. And I hear the same thing. I see Cheyenne saying there's an 8 to 10% cap rate, and that's a more aggressive, ambitious number. Cheyenne, what kinds of investors are you working with when you see that? Where are you at on my screen here?
These are investors that are looking at the office condos, the doctors, the attorneys, stuff like that are looking to hold them for anywhere from a 3 to a 5 year range, and then they either turn them over and move on to something else, or they'll just do something completely different and go a completely different direction.
Interesting. And that for you is interesting because that's real specific to your market and your niche, right? Very interesting to note. And then I see Matthew. Matthew, you were saying something in the chat for yourself as well. Why don't you share what your experience is? And Simon, you too.
Yes. So is a cap rate. It depends. Depends on the buyer or seller's perspective. For the buyer, the higher cap rate is better, but for the seller, the lower is better. So it's all depends. But another way is the lower cap rate. It's safer investment.
It is. It's less
So
aggressive.
it depends on
Absolutely.
the investor goals.
And that's absolutely true. Some people see the range, and you can't see what Matthew put in the chat, but some people, he wrote multifamily 4.5 to 5.5%. And where are you again, Matthew? Where are you located?
Alice.
Dallas. Okay. And what he's got is really moderate, safe cap rates that he had listed, and it's private, but it's 4.5 to 5.5. And some people don't like to be so aggressive as to go for, I need a 10 to 12% cap rate. That's too high for some people. It's too ambitious, and it can be seen as risky. because what if it doesn't return what they expect? And
I'm
then
sorry,
like to be
4.5
moderate.
to 5.5 cap rate is about Class A.
And
Class A
again, it depends on the
multifamily.
building.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's so many factors that go into it. Your market, what you're selling, the class of building. There's so many factors that go in. So Gerald, it's really funny to, here's your answer. That's the tough part here. There isn't one good answer, but every investor should be able to advise you, this is what I'm looking for. Ask them why. And then someone else, it was, I think, Simon, what were you looking at?
So what I was saying is that depending on the asset type, industrial, multifamily, retail, whatever, as long as it's stabilized and making a cash flow right now, people might even pay 3% for a retail center if they can expect to renovate it, bring the vacancy back in a year. I mean, it's based on the current net operating income, and a lot of these net operating incomes are low. So you might be willing to pay for it now with the intention of it expanding in cap rate in the future, and just as quick as 24 months because the market came back and you didn't even put a paintbrush to it. So it could cost you nothing to increase your cap rate.
There you go. Hey, Sharon, I can't see you, my friend, but thank you very much, Simon. And I think Rick Snow, come on in, Rick. What were you sharing? Sometimes when someone comes in saying 8 to, yeah. Oh, Rick, talk on that one, please.
Yeah, so sometimes, people have been watching, they've been watching all these HGTV things and and so they come in and they just got this number. They really don't even know what it means.
Yeah, he wrote that they're novice investors. And so we all know anytime you start your example with, I was watching HGTV. Yeah, right. That's just, it hurts us. We also don't like it in commercial as much as you guys don't like it in residential. So HGTV. But thank you guys for all the input, because everything I'm about to show you is just a formula based on one imaginary example and based on where you live, the property types you're considering. This is not going to fit everything. It simply cannot. So just want to help you keep that in mind. And thanks for sharing, because everyone needs that additional perspective. So this was, again, solved using the current value. But somebody said make believe. I love that. Okay, so here we go. Let's do it again, but we're going to do something a little different. How about the purchase price instead? But before we get there, wait a minute. Didn't we do this yesterday with ROI? And I want to draw some distinctions here. Your capitalization rate measures the rate of return on a rental property, but it doesn't factor in the cost of financing. This figure is going to be the same for any buyer because financing isn't considered when we throw this number out there. The return on investment is used to monitor how well an investment is performing. So it is going to factor in any leverage that was used to purchase the property, and that number would be unique to every investor. So it doesn't take into account inflation. But that number, this is different for everybody because how you set up your money to buy it is different. This is just based on what the property itself is doing, and that number won't change. They should offer it to you in the beginning, but you should be savvy enough to ask for the numbers that were used to get this number. And you do have to ask. You'll see in CoStar and LoopNet and all these different Crexie, they'll put a cap rate up there for you. You have to be intelligent enough to either go in there and ask for certain documents, cash flow. I need to see your P&Ls. I need to see balance sheets. I need to see all this information so that I can go through and analyze what you've called a cap rate, or you take them at face value and hope they didn't cheat you. I'm going for the first option. But at the end of the day, that cap rate's based on what the seller is telling you about the property. So you may have to verify it. But let me move you forward just a little bit at a time. So back to the building. We're going to look at purchase price instead of the current value. And we bought this thing 5 years ago, which is why I put the word old up here, the old purchase price instead of the current value. Well, when we bought this thing, we bought it for 12 million, if you remember that from yesterday. And let me see if I put on the screen any of the old figures as reminders. Let me see. Nope, I didn't. So we'll have to just trust me. That we bought this yesterday for $12 million. And we're going to use this formula because the thing that we're missing is the cap rate. So we're looking now at the NOI, which you saw, the old purchase price. It'll get you 0.0935. You'll multiply by 100 and boom, you end up with 9.35. So if someone slapped up on a listing that the cap rate was 9.35%, you go, oh, great, this is exactly what my client's looking for. You may ask yourself, what did they use to derive it? Was it current value or the purchase price from 5 years ago? It's just something to consider. Which way did they go? The issue with this, just if you're wondering, might be because the higher and lower market values aren't necessarily considered. This just goes by what we did 5, potentially 10 years ago, depending when we bought it. So again, you need to be sure, how did you get that cap rate when we're looking at the property? What did you use? And then which one is more commonly used? This is my experience. This is not a one size fits all, so do not slam me about what's common. Common is relative. But in my experience, I've seen current value used much more often than I've seen the old purchase price. And so I'm asking you all now to, again, share your insights. People need to see this. What have you seen and where are you? Remind us what city you're in, but what are you guys seeing? Current value being used or the original sales price? Looking in the chat. Who went Mr. Rogers in the chat? Cheyenne. Okay, yeah, Simon is saying he's never seen original price. Other people are also saying they're seeing current value. You know, the fact that the book makes a note of it, this gentleman's been in the business a long time, so maybe this is a practice that he had seen years ago and wanted to expose you to that information. But in my estimation, in my market, like everybody else seems to be saying, I've never seen anybody go for original price. But now that you know that some older practitioners might do that, it bears asking. Because I've never seen it. I've never used it. Again, Angie says she's never seen it. Quentin says mostly current. Also, Simon said he'd never seen it either. But now that that's on the table, makes you say, oh, all right, well, maybe I should go check that out. And then someone is adding, especially now, materials have skyrocketed. So much has changed. Absolutely. All right, so let me get back to where we are, because where we are, boop, that was our change up. Believe it or not, dun, 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 we're at a break. See how easy that was? See how we're not murdering you with math? See y'all back here in about 15 minutes, a little more time than usual.
So, Misha, I was going to explain a little more about my guy.
Oh, do it for the class when we come back.
Well, I'll just let you know. You know, he's just basically, he's a businessman who buys stuff that he wants to use, and he doesn't look at selling it back out. Now, the CPA and I do all these calculations and try to tell him what it's worth, but he decides what he's going to do no matter what. And it's one of those deals of, all right, you're telling me that, but you know, I'm going to do this with it. And I want this piece, or I want that, or I want that. And he just makes up his mind. And it's the CPA and me kind of looking at it going, well, this is what it's worth. Why are you going to offer that? And, you know, so it's an interesting deal. And sometimes sometimes he'll come in and say he wants to offer less. We're like, you're not going to get it. He goes, well, you know, this is what I want to offer. I said, okay, well, I'll offer.
And it's really crazy. You can do a whole spreadsheet with every single formula we're going to run through today, and they're going with their gut, you know, and it's like, wait, what? well, my dog put his nose on this one, so this is the one we're going with. I have no idea what drives some of these people.
And the thing is, sometimes he's low, sometimes he's real high. It's like, well, why are we going to offer? They're not going to accept, they're not going to accept the low offer. And then we go around going, well, we can get it for a lot less than that. Don't you want to negotiate it? Well, I don't want any chance that he's going to say no. So it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you do your part, you run your numbers, you offer them up, and you've done your part,
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's kind of, but right now I'm just wanting to get us money. He's got a bunch of investments he's teed up. We've done a lot of preliminary work, but his cash flow from overseas hasn't showed up yet. And he swears to God it's going to. It's been 6 months now. It's like, it's driving me nuts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, but I do love the additional input, like Angie's saying. She's like, especially with COVID right now, original sales price, she'd never seen where it would come into play. And I've never seen it either, but it is in the book. You know what I'm saying? So I like to mention that it's there, but in practice, I just have never seen it. And a lot of folks are saying the same thing.
Yeah, but what I look at it is you need that just to find out what they paid for it and what their,
Right.
whoever you're negotiating against, you understand what their numbers were and what they accepted before. So now
They're
you
trying
can
to-
use that to your leverage to figure out what they're thinking.
Right. But trying to plug that into a cap rate, it's like, wait, what? So anyway, take your break. I'll see you back here about 5 minutes after the hour.
All right.
We've got a couple more minutes before we come back from break. Be ready to come back in about 2 more minutes, my friends. Hey, did the rain slow down for anybody else? It's kind of slowing down around here.
Yeah, it slowed down a lot on the southwest side.
Yeah, and I'm up north actually. I'm up here at like Cypress Wood and 249, a
Sure.
stone's throw from Tomball. Yeah, thank God. I was really
And
concerned.
I'm right at the basically the Beltway in 59 is where I'm at, so not too bad.
What end of Beltway in 59?
I'm like right by Channel 2.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're in a side of town that really has some flooding.
Yeah, because Keegan's Bayou is just around the other side of the Beltway, right there at Belfort, where it was flooded last night. And then I think I'm off Gessner, and Gessner and Braeswood is flooded too, but that's right
yeah.
where the bayou's at. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it just, oh my goodness, I'm so happy that it stopped because it's just some of the bayous are starting to fill to that flood line.
And it's supposed to come back this evening though for a few hours once it finally starts going east. So I think the second coming down the road a little bit.
Oh my gosh, that nerves me up to no end.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Harris County flood warning system before?
Not that I know of.
I'm going to show it to everybody online, especially if we got a lot of folks in Harris County, because it's an amazing tool.
Oh, cool.
And because what happens is we all live near water. Somehow, somewhere, we all live near water. And the question is where I'm at about to overflow any of its banks? And this tool will let you see in live time what each bayou and water, carrying area is doing in terms of potential flooding.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to put this up in just a second.
Mish, did you get my question in reference to the second part?
I did, but I'm multitasking on my break. That's why I didn't even touch it for you. I didn't see it. But let's do that together after class.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I did see it though.
Thanks.
On the phone since y'all took break, just responding to Texas Realtors and a few other folk.
I understand.
Now, as a matter of fact. One of the things I had to caution everybody about was specific help per transaction too. So it's gonna be different. Remember, I put that up yesterday because it's hard when people want to kind of go, okay, well, I got this client who, and
right.
Yeah, it gets to be challenging to stop for everyone.
I guess if it adds value to the class, that's one thing. But if it's just for some help on a transaction.
Yeah, and potentially all of it adds value. But what happens is I call it a rabbit hole. You start well, I have this client who, and then the next thing you know, you've literally gone down this rabbit hole and you get sidetracked in a really big way when all you want to do is get through these concepts. There are people in the chat who are, bringing up concepts that we don't even talk about that I don't want to touch on because it's not part of where we're going. It's time for it. Somebody mentioned the T12. We're not doing a trailing 12 right now. And so it's like, be cautious about trying to speed people through curriculum. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Produce concepts that are going to send us through a rabbit hole for which we're just not set up to do. Yeah, because then all of a sudden people get concerned with, do I need to remember that? Is that part of the exam? And really what we want to get you through is learning the concepts, using your book for sure, and, working with your client. Because Taryn, I'm going to make Taryn say it again. What Taryn said was so true. He's got a cray client over there who's like, look, just do what I said. So yes, Taryn.
It's called obedience. It's called obedience. After all, you're just the old car. You're only an old car.
Right? Isn't that one of the things we're supposed to do? Amen.
You gotta be obedient.
Obey. Do what I said do. And hush.
Oh, yeah.
But that's probably why that is still Taryn's client, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's obedient.
Right, Taryn? Right.
Oh, there he is.
No, when I said about my client, we talked a little earlier, because when I talked earlier, I said, my guy doesn't do a lot of this. I do a lot of the calculations for him and everything else, but he buys property. He's not buying property to go lease it back out or do something like that. He's buying it because he wants to build something on it, or he needs it for a business he's running or whatever. So he doesn't look at those numbers. I look at the numbers, and the CPA looks at the numbers, and he drives his nuts because he goes, well, I'm going to offer this, and it may be low or maybe high. And you're going, well, wait a minute, here's the numbers, here's the estimate. No, that's okay. That's why I think it's right. We're doing this. We're doing this. And we're like, okay, whatever. You're the man. So.
Well, Karen, it sounds the same way on the residential side when you're working with the seller and you give them all the comps and you explain everything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to list the house for this. And you're like, oh.
Yeah. Excellent comparison. That is so. I've got clients who over improve their homes and just insist on this higher, unreasonably priced, listing point. And it's like, you do know you're not getting this. It's not going to praise for this. Do it. And they want it anyway. They want what they want. And like Taryn said, I have run the numbers, and Carolyn, I have shown you all the comps, and you still want to do what you want to do. So that happens too.
Well, now we have the new appraisal form so that those that are willing to overpay.
Right.
So, I mean, it could happen. It could actually happen. Somebody,
so much stuff goes on, right?
Who actually sets the value? I mean, really, a willing buyer and a willing seller.
Well, right. And there you go. So here we go. We're going to crawl out of the rabbit hole. We stuck our foot in. We just put a foot in, It's all right. We only ankle deep, but I do want to take a side step, and we are going to jump into a rabbit hole that I want to show you guys. This rabbit hole is about what's going on right now, because I don't know what you see in your respective areas. So you may want to investigate this tool, because you can even use it in your practices for real estate. This is the Harris County Flood Warning System. This is a lifetime tracking system of what the bodies of water around us are doing right now. And trust me, after having lost my car in the 2016 tax day floods and my home in the 2017 Hurricane Harvey, I have legitimate PTSD when I see it raining too much, too long. I flip out on a mental level, can't handle it. I just get uptight. So let me show you this map. You can zoom in on this map, and I'm going to go to my neck of the woods. Actually, let's not do that. Let's go somewhere where things are active. You see all these numbers. These numbers are indicating a body of water is being measured. And so this one right here, I got my mouse over something that says 6.00. I just hover over it, and it says that it is Buttermilk Creek at Moorberry Lane. I click this more information and alert sign up button, and it takes me to this page. Let me attempt to enlarge it for you. So what I'm looking at is it takes me to a rainfall page, and it lets me see what's happening every hour. Rainfall each hour in my area, or that area, because I don't live over there. But what's more important to me is the tab called Stream Elevation. Take a real good look at what this thing is showing you. This is showing you a cross section of this buttermilk thing. This is showing you where water levels were in the buttermilk, whatever this was, I just told you it was. And it's been slowly but surely abandoning its steadiness and jumping up, and it is about to hit its flood line. And then the rain slowed down, and now it's starting to drain a little bit. I watch this around the area I'm in, because the area I'm in flooded 10 feet up in Hurricane Harvey. I live near the Ravenel Golf Club. Harris County bought that golf club, and they're going to be using that whole area to retain water. So membership at the Ravenel is open, my friends. It used to be private. If you want to just get in there before they tear that sucker down, you can. But this helps me understand what's going on in the bayous and things around me. This is live time. What's going on in the bayous around you. This again is the cross section of what this chart is showing you. So I don't know what everyone's neck of the woods will show you, but this is the Harris County flood warning system. And again, you may want to see if your respective part of the state has one. This is also very helpful because I'm going to be purchasing a house. The areas I want to purchase in, you better believe, what am I checking? Those totals that were on this page. I'm checking these. Let me see what these things are doing. How are they performing today? You understand what I'm saying? So if clients want to know what's happening, because right now everyone is very sensitive to rising water, this might be a helpful tool, at least in my neck of the woods. Again, see if your area has a similar tool available. But if you have an investor that's out here in Harris County, they may really appreciate that you can show them this. There's nothing worse than acquiring an asset and then losing it to massive damage immediately. So there you go. Just wanted to share that little piece of information with you, because when I found it, it really, really made me feel a lot better. Because my blood pressure would go up. I didn't mean to have to share personal stuff. We're coming up out of the rabbit hole, but I wanted to share it because it was so relevant for today. Did everybody catch pictures of it that needed it? I saw quite a few cameras come out. Quite a few. Now, Taryn, he shared with some of us who were back from break and some of us who weren't back from break that he has got a client who just says, I know you ran all those great numbers. Thank you. I appreciate you, but just do what I asked you to do. And I don't know, maybe he's got one of those old school magic 8 balls, Darren. I don't know. Maybe he's shaking an 8 ball and the thing says, go for it. And that's what he does. But apparently he goes by his gut. That's how he works. Taryn does the job he's supposed to do, which is I ran the figures for you. I hope you send them to him in writing, so that at least you've made your point and he cannot blame you for what might turn out to be a bad investment. But he goes with what his client says. And like Carolyn added, old car. One of the things we have to do is be obedient. So that's the O in old car. There's loyalty and all kinds of other stuff in there, competency, but being obedient is key. So here we go, my friends. Back to what we were up to. And again, slower pace today. So in a nutshell, it increases the, and by the way, the person that put the trailing 12 in the chat, I see it, but we're not going to introduce too many new topics too quickly. So I do understand that's a factor for you, but I didn't want anybody looking at the T12 going, what the heck is that? That's something specific to certain clients. Certain people use that. But here we are, leverage. We're going to just kind of go through this briefly. In a nutshell, leverage can increase the rate of return. Leverage is an investment strategy used in borrowing money. I'm borrowing someone else's money. I'm not using 100% cash. Cash purchases are unleveraged. Things that are used, or when we use a loan, they're leveraged. This can also refer to an amount of debt a firm uses to finance assets. And again, if we're over financing things, that's when you'll hear that phrase, things are over leveraged. We use too much. We're not getting the return on investment that we thought we'd get. We borrowed too much. We got to pay too much back. And this sucker's not making the money we thought it would. But when we leverage something, we're using someone else's money to help us purchase it. So let's go on. Note, ROI and ROR can be used interchangeably by some people. So the text has said that it's going to use ROI for its examples. Okay, some people will use these interchangeably. And in commercial real estate, I'm going to tell you something now. We use a lot of terms interchangeably that might not actually be the same. A very small case in point, but it happens a lot. How many of you are aware of the fact that I might tell you that CAM is 55 cents a square foot, but what I really meant was triple net in its entirety was 55 cents a square foot. I might say CAM, but I meant triple nets. CAM is a part of triple nets, not the whole thing. But we have a bad habit in our business of just slapping terms out there and assuming you knew what we meant based on your experience. If you're not clear, please learn to just ask for clarity. It's okay. So if I told you CAM was $6.55 a square foot, you might go, dang, that's a lot just for common area maintenance. But if I said triple net for this property was $6.55 a square foot, that's different. That would mean taxes and insurance and the common area maintenance together are $6.55 a square foot. And that number might make a lot more sense for certain property types. So again, this author is telling you that in his experience, see, somebody else says they use a different word. So you definitely need to get to know that there are nuances, there are changes in client preferences. Don't be afraid to ask, hey, what are you meaning when you say so and so and such and such? I have found that over 20 years, nobody speaks the same. So here we go. An investor in this example purchases a building 7 years ago for $900,000. They bought it all cash. And the thing returned $50,000 a year in net cash flow for the 7 years that they held the property, for a total of $350,000 in cash flow, right? That's the 50,000 times the 7 years that we had it. So if the total cost of ownership of this building was $325,000, and we sold the building, we just sold the sucker for $1,300,000, what was the unleveraged return on investment? And so we're gonna move forward and work this out slowly, one little piece at a time, and I'm gonna do my best to always remind you which number was which. So looking at this example, and let me drop this flood thing down before I get occupied with looking at flood numbers. And excuse me, let me put the chat back up. I had to drop that to show you the flooding. There we go. All right, so looking at this chart, let me put this formula up here for you to see. We're looking at return on investment. And the way your book has it written for you, in case you're looking to follow along, it should be on page 45. Current value of the investment minus the cost of the investment will get you a number. That's this portion of the formula done right here, okay? This is the first portion. So we took the current value of the investment. That's the sales price of $1.3 million. And we had to add that to cash flow because we needed to get the current value. That value was the sales price plus the cash flow. That is our $1,650,000. Then we subtract it from the cost of the investment. Now the cost was our $900,000 plus how much it cost us every year, and that's collectively the $325,000 for a total of $1,225,000. So 165,000 minus our $1,225,000 and then divided again by the cost of the investment, the $1,225,000 will get you a number that looks like this. 34% being your return on investment. This is all cash, no money borrowed. This is just going slow.
Don't forget the times 100, by the way, but okay.
Right. And it is, but I ran out of space with the 100. So thank you so much, Mr. Taryn. I'm glad you caught it though. It's good. So here we go. Let's do the same thing, but let's borrow some money instead. And let me back you up. Just don't forget, We landed at 34.69% ROI when we used all of our own cash. So let's assume that we borrowed a little bit of money instead. So let's just say that instead of putting all cash on the table, the investor said I'm going to borrow 60% of the funds instead. And just to keep this nice and easy, zero interest costs. We're just going with 60% was borrowed. So the leveraged amount is going to give you $540,000. That's our new number in this equation. And then the balance of cash is 360. So let's go back and look at that ROI again with this leveraged amount being factored on in there. So now we're gonna put that formula back up at the top, and we're looking at the same set of data, but with a little bit of extra put in there. So we're looking at the current value of the investment. Don't forget, we had to put our cash flow and our sales price together to derive our current value of our investment. We put those two numbers together. That's cash flow, and that's what we sold it for. So that's where we're getting our $1,650,000 for. This isn't written this way in your book. This is me just kind of breaking the number down. So if anybody needs to go, hey, wait, where'd you get that from? I bothered to slow it down for you. And then we're looking at the cost of the investment. And so this is all of our closing costs. That's that 325, and we need to add it to the cash portion. That's part of our expenses. So when we put our expense numbers together, that means this building cost us here some $685,000. We're gonna add that together again, 685, and then we're gonna divide it one more time by the cost of the investment. And don't forget, it's still 360. That's the cash portion we put in when we bought it, plus the 325 that we spent owning it. And we end up with a number that looks like this. It's 140.88%. That thing changed because some cash was borrowed. It changed just because some, not cash was borrowed, but some of the financing is borrowed. Some of how we financed it was our cash. It did change things significantly to borrow money. Give me a moment. I need to make someone a co-host. It just came back in the room. Excuse me, guys. Let me just take care of that. That is going to be Elizabeth. Excuse me. Elizabeth, I got you. You are now co-hosted, my friend. That's one of your monitors, guys. Excuse me for that. But that's how we got that number. So moving forward, why does leverage work? Well, it's a technique used by investors to expand the potential for returns while equally expanding the downside of any risks involved if anything doesn't work out. Now listen, nothing's 100%. You may have over leveraged the property. You might have easily borrowed too much. But in an ideal economic climate, when we are not shutting down half of America, leverage works. It works because it allows an investor to increase the returns by using other people's money at first and not having to put as much of their own capital into buying a property. It allows them to either purchase a property that costs more than the amount they have available, or they can spread their cash out across multiple properties. And we have to admit, sometimes we're buying groups of buildings, not the one building. So leverage works for several reasons, except for Taryn's client who says, I don't want to see this number. Just buy what I told you to buy and let's move on. Right, Taryn? Taryn does all this good work and his client says, let's go forward. I do have a client. Yes.
So we supposed to figure that out when we sell buildings?
Well, you can, but I am going to, Nikwe, let you off the hook.
Okay.
Because there's something that's going to be coming up that really will let you all off the hook.
Okay.
Reasons why I asked everyone not to get hung up on you got to do this and you got to do it this way and it fits every building and every market every time is because it just doesn't. Taryn drove the point home already that he can run all these formulas with the CPA and still have a client that says, I don't need that. I got my Canadian client who says, I know, Mish, but I want this house. Just buy me these 3 houses. We're moving on. And my client does the same thing. I don't know why he buys what he buys for whatever reasons, but okay. But I will let you off the hook so that you can, yeah, Sharon, that's what we're going to get to later. If you all will look at the comments, Sharon is giving you a little clue as to what we're going to hit later.
Oh, because I'm starting to sweat. Okay.
All right. So this is why we started the class with grasp the concepts, because the exam is more about the math concepts, not so much about doing math. You all saw how simple the math was in the first exam review we did. We're not going to beat you down with the math in the exam, okay, guys? So Sharon, Lacharo, everybody like mentally needed to know that we're going to bring it down. So, okay, just anxiety levels down. Okay, okay, because I can feel it. Your faces are telling stories. Look at Quentin. Quentin is over here like this here. You know, people's faces are showing concern, and I don't want you to be nervously concerned. So let me get you back on the screen. And Sharon, yes, ma'am, we're eventually going to get there. But leverage. This has got a camera on it when it finally comes up. Can investors be over leveraged? And absolutely they can. It is when they're carrying too much debt compared to what it's cash flowing. So an over leveraged company has difficulty paying its interest and principal payments. That's its debt service. And it's often unable to pay its operating expenses because of excessive costs due to pay back these loans. In turn, this can lead to a serious downward spiral because they just can't keep up. So they end up having to borrow more money to cover the money they can't pay back. And this just gets worse. What does this result in? You already know this, my friends, bankruptcy protection. The downward spiral results in bankruptcy protection. Some of them start liquidating. Where's my friend? Anthony Shane. Let me just tell you, your friend in Houston, Mr. Isaiah Carey from Fox 26 is a very big fan of Luby's. So when I told him your news about Luby's being rescued, it just made all of his day. Just FYI. He's such a fan of he goes to Luby's and shows you images of dinner. And so you made his day. All right, just letting you know. That's amazing. Even for us in class, we were very, very happy. But they were liquidating. They were getting rid of some of the debt because, unfortunately, paying back debt service and trying to cash flow those businesses was not working for them. And nobody predicted this coming. And we still can't even predict how much worse this might get. So that was a picture for you to take. More about leverage. Let's kind of look at another scenario. Let's imagine that the market did weaken. Since the purchase was made, I think this was a 7-year ago example, and the property's value was only $750,000. That's about $150,000 less than that $900,000 purchase price that we had. So we're going to go back and look at leveraged and unleveraged ROI again and just kind of see what happened when the value went down. And someone said the formulas, yeah, they don't come to mind quickly enough. I can't get them embedded in my mind. I always have to reference. And let me say, this is one of the difficulties in teaching too much math too fast. And this is why I insist on doing exam reviews to help you guys through that. So I understand math for some people is an elusive thing. Formula back up at the top. Lots of numbers to look at, but I've put words up there just to kind of help you remember the narrative. So now the value of the building that we bought for $900,000 is down to $750,000. The example I just gave you said the value weakened by 150 grand. So that's where the 750 came from. And cash flowing, you know, some of the money it's making was at 350. So you put those two together and you end up with $1.1 million. So that's current value of this investment. Now let's deal with the other part of it. The cost of the investment. Well, This is the, I think, unleveraged, but unfortunately the subhead still says leverage. Excuse me for that. I think I need to correct it. This is the part of the book that's teaching you about unleveraged and leveraged properties, but I don't think it works well for the example. I think that's a little confusing. So somebody, let me write that down. Forgive me, guys, work in progress. Page 44.
Book on page 45 has both, shows unleveraged and leveraged.
Right. And see, what it's doing is it's talking about leveraging, but the example is using, and we're talking about unleveraged properties, but it's still in the leverage section of the book. I think that's confusing, don't you? To see both words on the same page. So I'm making a note, guys, to remove that word. Please excuse me for the delay. I told you, you guys are kind of our little crash test people up in here. So just remove leverage. I think that's confusing. This example is our cash example, because down at the bottom, I even made a note for myself to tell you that this is an unleveraged example, okay? So we bought it for $900,000 and the cost of the investment was $325,000. That gets us cost of investment at $1,225,000. So now if we do this section of this formula, we will get a negative $125,000. We divide that by what we paid for it. This is the cost of investment again, and how much the expenses are when the closing, etc. We end up with that same number, $1,225,000. If we divide them into each other, we end up with a negative 10%. We do end up with a negative amount when we put all cash into this. But let's go forward.
Well, the book left out the negative, by the way.
Did it?
Yep.
Boy, I tell you. And you know what? There were corrections made, and what you all have shown me, because someone else gave me a new typo in the correcting part of the book. Some new typos were made. I'm dying here. Absolutely dying, but thank you. Thank you very much. So moving forward. So let's look at when we did put some loan money up in here. The current value gets us back down to 1.1 million. We're subtracting the cash portion. This is when we leveraged the return. We put someone else's money into this. This is just accounting for what we paid with our money. That changed the cost of the investment to $685. And our new number down here is $415,000. Then we divide that by the same cost of investment number over here. And we end up with a 60.58% return. So you got two different numbers to consider. Do I want to go ahead and put put all my cash into this? Or do I want to go ahead and take out a loan for a portion of the purchase price? Running both sets of numbers, using a calculator that is already plug and play, Sharon, will help you get through this process, because many of you have already mentally zoned out. You've stopped blinking. I can see your faces. So did you catch that? As can be seen from the results, when you're using current value and sales price in the two different formulas, when we unleveraged it, it's actually a negative amount. But when we leveraged it, we got money back. And so it was still a pretty good investment when we leveraged it. We used a piece of someone else's money instead. So
I'll ask you one question. I mean,
yes.
I will just point out one thing. I mean, I've seen your numbers, but even if you have a loan, you're still going to have cash payments, usually monthly. Well, doing business, I do know sometimes it's a lump sum for 15 years and you pay it back, but there's still some cost of that capital in there, the interest and the payments.
And no, you're absolutely right. And the formula, not the formula, the workbook stair steps all of this. Yeah. Again, I'm going to caution you guys from running too fast for folks who are having trouble just walking. And I know it's going to aggravate the crap out of you, but I really need those of you who want to run to go ahead and take a seat. Go get some coffee, Taryn. I'm going to let you go grab a cup of coffee. But I am saying that this is one of the challenges in this class because what you're saying, there it is. So this is part of your exam, debt service costs. Make a note of this for your exam. So in the previous examples, we assumed 0 borrowing costs. We assumed 0 debt service. We didn't even put that in there. It wasn't even a factor. So debt service being the payments that we have to make on this loan, principal and interest. And the debt service costs are subtracted for the NOI to determine cash flow before taxes. Right, so we're gonna touch on all kinds of things, but please remember, cash flow before taxes, we haven't even put the taxes in here. We didn't even consider taxes yet. And that's important to some investors. What's this looking like before we start putting the taxes in there as a factor? And this is how some of you are looking to me right now, sweating, going, oh Lord, help me. So cash flow before taxes, this can be a huge reason why some investors choose to invest or not invest. You guys should be prepared to analyze the degree to which an investment produces annual cash flow after expenses, but in turn, investors can use the data in assessing the impact of debt service costs on what they think they're going to be cash flowing. There's lots of stuff to start adding in layer by layer. And to Sharon's point, what we're going to have to do is, before we hit our example building again, is you want to ideally collect all this data from your client, and then you'll be plugging and playing in these tools, which will generate these figures for you. Just want to let you know that. Now, I am going to ask before we hit this last set of simple formulas, and for those of you who are runners in this industry, this is oversimplified. And I do mean oversimplified for a reason, because they just want to put concepts on the table. So forgive us at Texas Realtors for making sure that this is simple enough for everybody. But I'd like to know who uses certain programs to plug and play and just captures data first and then uses certain programs, or who uses Excel spreadsheets. I'm just curious, what's your preferred method? I see Excel, I see programs, I see some CCIM spreadsheets. I see lots of Excel. Some of the people I worked for had Excel spreadsheets already set up the way they wanted to see things. And so, yes, lots of stuff. We have someone who is saying, I can manipulate the figures. That makes a lot of sense. You certainly can do that. For those of you who are new and getting involved in this, your client may have a CPA that does this for them. They may need you to help. So this depends on what your client's expectations of you are. They may need you to locate them. Someone else will work with you to run figures. Your role might be in communicating with the other broker to gather figures. Some of the things that you can ask for might include an offer memorandum. That data in the offer memorandum might go ahead and show you all the figures you'll need to pass on to a CPA. So again, don't want to scare you because there's some good stuff in the chat. People that are creating margins, there's so much other stuff to consider. So for those of you who do this, bear with us. It is simplified for a reason. So let's kind of march forward through this oversimplified example, and then we're headed to a you know what. So we're back at our $12 million apartment building from yesterday. And in our NOI example, we're calculating the investor's cash flow before the taxes. And just to help some of you out, cash flow simplified is your annual cash income after deducting mortgage expenses from the NOI. Some people will say a simplified way of thinking about cash flow is the money you're left with after you pay your bills. So let's get into it. Doing our best to remind you of figures that you've seen yesterday and earlier today. So our cash flow before taxes, we're going to annualize this number, which means at some point we need to multiply things by 12. And so we're going to go ahead and take the net operating income and minus our debt service, taking out our debt service. If we do this, remember that the NOI was $1,122,000 in our example that we just keep pushing forward. Debt service on this building was at $7,200,000. 60% of it was leveraged at 5% annual interest amortized for 20 years to get you $570,202. Now, I'm going to show you something in just a minute regarding that figure, because your book didn't go into a lot of detail about how they got that figure. But the formula is down here. This green formula, numerically expressed, is right here. So annual cash flow to this investor before taxes is the $1,122,000 minus the $570,202, and we ended up with $551,000, well, and $798. I have a tendency to want to round and drop numbers off the end, but I got to looking around and I said, let's see, somebody might want to run these numbers a different kind of way and end up with something that doesn't look like 570,202. So I ran the numbers through an oversimplified calculator. Sharon, this is for you, my friend. Oversimplified, but still, this will help get you over that hurdle in your mind. This was a loan calculator at bankrate.com. And so I put the loan amount in, $7,200,000. Plugged in the interest rate that the story gave me at 5%, and I plugged in the loan terms. Very quickly, I come back with monthly payments at $47,516.81. And so if you multiply that by 12, that got us that figure on the other slide. This is just simplified numbers, but Sharon, to your point, there are calculators to help you get through that. So I just wanted you all to know, sometimes trying to just multiply 5% times, 700, the 60% of the 7.2 million is not going to yield you this number, but the loan calculator will do it for you. So if you're not sure, there are lots of tools your friends are sharing with you, and we're going to cover some of those later, but that's where some of these figures are coming from. Now, to your point, everybody share with everybody. Be sure to contact folks, get phone numbers. I see people saying, I would like a copy of the CCIM tool. That's up to you if you want to share it. But please communicate with each other and network if you want to talk about spreadsheets they've created, what works for them, and if they're willing to share them with you or sell them to you, I don't know, that might be something you find very helpful. But believe it or not, in the simplest fashion, before you all lose your minds, let me just put this out there. If you'll multiply that monthly payment, the $47,516, by the 12 months, you have annualized that number, and that's how we got the $570,201-ish. The pennies changed a little bit on this one, but look where we are. We're here. We're at a break, taking our time, moving slowly. And again, Carolyn and Taryn and even Anthony, guys, thank you. Matthew, I know this is a slow crawl for you, but thank you all very much.
No problem here.
I do appreciate you guys. Everything you're saying is totally valid. Oh, wow. Facebook page set up for, oh, are you asking, is there a Facebook page? I thought you were saying there was a calculator in a Facebook. Like, whoa, really? Okay, someone is sharing some information about CCIM in the chat. And I don't know if Texas Realtors has set that page up yet, because it is part of the plan. I haven't seen it yet if there is. But you know what? You guys are the first class. It would be kind of neat if you had your own. I'll ask.
Mish, do they ever do an amateur, do they ever amateurize it on like 20 years with a balloon note when they're doing?
You know what? We actually do kind of get to that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, take out one syllable to amortize.
Mhm.
There you go.
Oh, amortize. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm a word person. When I was a child, but we taught, I was an award-winning, and I mean Associated Press award-winning print journalist, having worked for the Houston Post,
Oh.
Chronicle, and a lot of magazines along the way. And so there's a little part of me that gets hung up on stuff like that. So forgive me for it.
I love it. I appreciate it, unlike some.
Thank you. I had to tap out because newspapers died after the internet came out.
Right.
Yeah, had to find something else to get into.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
No, I do appreciate the mental slowing down that some folks have to do to accommodate the other folks who are literally sitting there screaming, because I've gotten some private comments on, wait a minute, too much data, give me a second, what did that mean? So yeah, it's so super difficult, but this is why we are telling CCIMs, this isn't for you. SIORs, don't come in here. This isn't for you. Apply for it and go ahead and earn the designation that way. Just apply for it.
But to be honest with you, I guess because I never got into it, I didn't think I would. I kind of appreciate it, but I didn't think I would. It seems like it would be, I thought it was going to be way over my head.
You mean this class in particular?
Yeah. And when you start putting it, in the sequence, the way you're doing it, it's like, okay, this is making sense.
It's in the book this way, and I really am presenting what someone else wrote. I'm not the author. And so while there's a few people who privately chat me and tell me that, well, I do this and I do that, but what about this factor? The truth is some of those factors are coming, but we can't body slam you with it now. And that's why I keep saying it's a slow stroll for some, and it might even be difficult, which I totally respect. For some people, it's going to be a challenge, but we definitely need to make sure that, folks who come into the room and it's a beginning thing for them, just don't feel left behind. That's probably one of the worst reviews you can get, is people paying all that money and feeling absolutely left behind. Those who we have to slow down intentionally, your value is backing up some of what we're showing you by being able to say, well, my client does it this way, which is why I'm loving Matthew and Taryn and Anthony and folks being able to say, well, this is what I see. And so, there's value in everybody's education level here. It really is.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's a good pace, to be honest.
Carolyn.
Yes.
You just can check the notes I posted. It's a reprogram. It's for the minority to jump into the commercial real estate industry.
Thank you.
It's a great program.
Okay.
I graduated from Dallas class in 2016.
Thank
It's helped us a lot.
Okay.
See, that's
check it out.
what people are finding is they're difficult, right? And thank you, Matthew, because what a lot of people find, let me give you your time back from session. It should be right at 11 o'clock, right at 11 o'clock on the dot. Let me put that back up there for everyone to see. I want to say 5 minutes, but we'll make it 11 o'clock even.
I think they have a scholarship as well, don't they?
For reprogram?
I believe, okay.
No, but as a minority, you can apply for the scholarships through other organizations like a CCIM, IRAM, or ULI, everything. ICIC, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to get your information as well so we can keep in touch.
See, you got a network. There you go. His point earlier, because those were private comments about certain organizations and industry standards versus what a client's going to do. That's a hard one to explain because even when I was working with what was I working with? Industrial properties, and these were flex spaces, half office in the front, warehouse in the back, some manufacturing in the back. But there were some places that use, per BOMA standards, the Building Owners and Managers Association, a standard that would allow for the inclusion of square footage of a sidewalk in the square footage of the space. And so when you're measuring up spaces, you know, some of that stuff changes for some clients. It doesn't change for others. There are other things to learn for office buildings. You got to know what square footage of the building isn't even rented. You know, there's non-rented and there's rented square footage, but you got to make money back on all your square footage. So how do you account for that? Using add-on factors and load factors. And there's about 10 million formulas for all of that stuff. And Matthew, we don't hit them that hard, okay? Matthew, these people don't see these crazy chat messages you keep leaving me.
There's a lot of tricky part on the commercial modelings and also on the calculations. You got to very be careful, even on the NOI cap rate. We have to discover the number behind the cap rate.
That's what we're talking about.
How they calculate. They put everything, make the cap rate looks better, but you need to figure out as agent and broker. Otherwise,
what did they put in that bad boy?
Yes. Yes.
What did they put in there? Yep.
We need to track down every number. Where it's come from. Yeah.
And when people don't want to share their data, isn't that a signal? I'm not working with that seller. If you're not giving up certain data, I'm out.
But that's why I joined the IREM to meet some property managers. They know the firsthand information.
Exactly. Yes. And
they know the expense cost, where it's come from, what the issue. That's the reason.
Absolutely. And on my end of the world of property management, you know, we're looking at the budgets, and a lot of that's based on damage and deterioration, you know, of the building, depreciation, all that stuff. When, you know, what we're looking at with tenant mixes, and oh God, we've got too many of this kind of tenant when this type of business is failing. You know, like for example, don't see mailbox stores much anymore, you know, like mailboxes, etc. But they used to be everywhere. So, you know, I would tell a person that's not an ideal tenant to add to our tenant mix. And so, yeah, Matthew, see, y'all don't understand. Matthew is over here doing an Usain Bolt in the chat when the rest of us are walking like the Golden Girls, okay, in real life. But they're valid points, though.
Oh, did we have a break?
Yeah. You know, when I throw food on the screen, we breaking. You better get up. Let me put the food back on the screen. Go. Angie, let me see.
I heard my name and I totally lost you and somehow left the meeting. I'm back now.
Is that Angie?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm about to respond to your request about the worksheet. It's actually not a bad idea. So far, I've not seen, oh, it won't let me respond to you for some reason. It says you're not in the meeting yet, but you're back. Well, that's weird.
I literally completely left the building, I guess it seemed. Left the Zoom and had to re-enter. I don't know if that mattered.
Okay, let's see if it'll let me respond to you now, because it keeps telling me you're not in the room. It won't let me put that answer in there. I've not seen that, because I think what you're asking about is kind of like a kid's workbook in school. We taught you how to do this. Now here's 20 problems, do the work. Totally legit request. I've not seen it set up that way. And the author of the book, I'm not sure he's willing to do any more work on the book. I'm gonna make that request known of Texas Realtors, because it's not a bad idea to put a supplement together. You know what I mean? That's not a bad idea. Matter of fact, I need some note paper for that, because I didn't see it, but it's certainly not a bad thing to do. So it may have to be extra, sent later, but not necessarily added to the books, especially when they start printing these things. Where's my scratch paper? There we go. Thanks, Angie. That was Angela. That was a really good consideration. So supplemental workbook. Do you want to write it? Yeah, you. I'm just teasing. All right, guys, get ready to come back from break. We're almost done there. Get ready to come on back. Get ready to come on back. Really good request, Angie. Not bad at all. All right, looks like almost everybody is already back in their chairs. I want to check our buddies that are together in the room. I see Florida's back, 20 is back. Hey. Amy, and where are our ladies who are in the room together? Where'd they go? I don't see my friends. Are we missing our friends? Bisan is on the way back. Justin's in the house. Miguel, there you go. Miguel, you look like you're in a very relaxing environment. You are not light blasted. You look like you're in a very, very nice environment. Where are ladies who are in the classroom together? Where'd they go? Did they get popped out of class?
We're here.
Oh, hi, ladies. I guess there you are. Sherry and Bobby, thank you. I just want to make sure folks aren't missing. Some people have been popped out and have to pop back in already. It's kind of a risky kind of day, but thank you all. Nobody's been gone long enough to need to make up a class day, so you're okay with regard to that. And one more time, I'm thanking our practitioners who are being patient, but they're also teaching us as well. So we've got some comments for you guys to see. I believe Matthew added a link in there for some CCIM information with member benefits. He also put another educational opportunity from Project REAP in the chat as well. So scroll up and take a look and see some of the stuff that's put in there for you. Simon, I'm just gonna say that in your experience, what you have found is that the major brokers, blah, 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 et cetera, because certain markets, certain things. It's difficult to say a one size fits all circumstance exists, but we're loving, loving, loving all the help from our big dogs who do this often. So thank you. If anybody finds this veggie plate, holler. So here we go, cash on cash. This is one of the things I have to admit, I actually talked to my investor in Canada. His name is Greg, and I asked Greg, I said, do you consider cash on cash when you're looking at houses to buy? He goes, no. He goes, I know what it is and what it does, but that's not what I look at. I said, okay, just curious, because he doesn't want me to run any formulas. He has his own spreadsheets. He runs his own data. He literally uses me sometimes to negotiate price, work with the contract since he's out of the country, et cetera. But he does run his own metrics. But cash on cash is something that you might hear. And it can also be called the equity dividend rate outside of real estate circles. So you may hear it called by a different name. And what the heck, inside of real estate circles, you may hear someone use that. But it is the cash, it's the cash on cash is the rate of return often used in real estate transactions, calculating the cash income earned on the cash invested. The cash income earned on the cash invested. So this is going to measure annual return on what skin your client put in the game. And this is going to be relative to the mortgage paid during the same year. So some consider this one of the most important, real estate return on investment calculations you can run. Some, not all. My client doesn't even care about this. So again, I cannot give you this answer that says this is the most important formula you can learn to run. But let's move forward. We're going to beat this 100 unit apartment building to death here. We're still in the same building. Okay, so continuing with the leveraged building, this is the one where we put a little mortgage on it. All right, leveraged 100 unit apartment building purchased for $12 million. And we're going to assume that the amount of cash we put into that bad boy was $5,250,000. That's going to be for us a $4,800,000 down payment plus $450,000 in improvements, all paid with cash. So this is our cash investment in the property. So according to what we've been given as basic information, what's our cash on cash return before taxes for this particular period? Please do not get bogged down in too much detail. But using this formula that says I need to annualize cash flow before taxes and divide that by the total cash I put into this thing, let me get my number. So here are your numbers that you had from the previous slide. $551,798 divided by the $5,250,000 that we put in cash, and Taryn, there's your 100 there, okay? You get 0.1051, multiply it by 100, and you end up with 10.51%. This investment is returning 10.51% cash on cash for that particular year. Moving ahead just a little bit at a time. Let's do it again on an unleveraged investment. The whole thing was paid with cash. Don't forget, our building we bought for $12 million. And so here we go. Cash on cash return is going to be determined by getting cash flow before taxes and dividing that by total cash invested. The total cash invested in this example he's giving us is $12,450,000 because per our simplified example, he put in $450,000 to improve the thing. But all of this was paid in cash. So cash flow before taxes for this guy, cash flow for this particular property, there we go, at $551,798 divided by what we put into it in cash, that is our $12,450,000. It's going to give us 0.044% or 0.044 times 100. And forgive me because I'm getting a call from TAR, and it is 4.43%. So when we're looking at something that's not leveraged and it's all of our cash, no loan involved, well, we're getting a return. It's a smaller return. It's 4.43% cash on cash for the year. How much did we put in? This is what we're getting back. And if I take you back a little bit, The return when we have some leverage was better. It was 10.51%. When it's just all my money, yeah, it's 4.43%. So leverage does prove its point here. It doesn't take into account what could happen in the future, but at least in this nice, easy flowing example, it does prove its point. So what's the takeaway on this one? And the takeaway is an easy, lightweight example. I know Matthew's in his chair cringing now. I can feel the cringing. But as you can see, the return on cash invested is much higher when there is some borrowed money, when there's some leverage here. So that's a strategy that many people will use. Let me borrow some money. But if you got a client like Taryn who says, let me just do what I do, put the money in there and let me be, let them be. Now, what's the takeaway? There's a little bit more. Cash on cash. It does measure the amount of cash flow relative to the amount of cash invested in a property and is calculated on a pre-tax basis. We didn't put any taxes in there. We weren't counting on that yet. Typically, cash on cash returns measure only the return for the current year, just for that period, rather than the life of the actual investment. And this metric can also be used to forecast, to set a target for projected earnings and expenses. Now, this forecasting has to come with the caveat that we don't know what the market's going to do. And you need to always tell someone, look, Mr. HGTV, you don't know what the market is going to do. So while we're setting projections, you just be ready for this not to be reality. Now, so far, I know some of you are dying, but grab your calculators and let us know, because Texas Realtors does need to know how you're feeling and what percentage of you are feeling a certain way. There is no right or wrong answer. We really do need to glean what percentage of you are feeling a certain way. Oh, to my 20%. I love y'all. Okay. Let me just tell you on behalf of the 8 and the 12%, you know, and the 12 might be part of the people who just don't need it to go this slow, but on behalf of the 8%, thank you. But I'm going to write this down because we need to know at least 80% of you said it's okay. There's 8% of you who are saying, look, we need to move a little faster, and we're going to bear that in mind for future classes. So again, guys, I thank you for that patience. For those of you who are asleep, wake on up, y'all. Come on. So let's look at taxes. Let's go ahead and put some taxes into the game here. Why invest in commercial real estate in the first place? Well, we got this tax consideration. And I have to tell you, even the book says you guys need to refrain from offering tax advice, financial advice, unless you're licensed to do so. If you hadn't listened to what Taryn is saying, if you hadn't picked up what Taryn was putting down, if you're not catching what he's throwing, hasn't Taryn's every example said, I and the CPA? He's not running these figures solo. And it's a wise move that he's working in tandem with the CPA, with the professional license to do this. So per this slide, and this is what's in your book as well, all it says is tax considerations for these investors. Look at Cheyenne about to lose his cool over here. For investors are important factors in determining the degree to which their property can add to their income after taxes. We really do need to know what the taxes are. We hadn't talked about it, but it's key. So how would you curb a tax conversation with your very insistent client? You're not licensed to do tax calculations. And I'd like to know from practitioners out there who have clients who get insistent, but no, I need you to advise me. I need you to tell me, how do you back out of conversations for which you are not licensed to offer advice? What do you say? What do you do? I see a mic, but I see a lip moving, but a mic not open. Unless that was half a yawn, Taryn. It was a half a yawn, Taryn. He's in that 8%. Matthew, this is your chance, my friend. Oh, Patty in the chat says, I say I'm not licensed. Simon says the same thing. I'm not licensed to give tax advice. And I'm curious, B and Bisan, what do you all get back when you tell someone, I'm not licensed to do that, so I can't? What is the response? And this is for people who are concerned about telling someone, I don't do that. What do you get back from your clients? I see that private note. Thank you, Cheyenne. I got you, my friend. Somebody, okay, we're looking at, I'm not a tax professional. I did not stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. Wait, what? Rick?
For me,
I don't know about the Holiday Inn part of that comment section there.
Haven't you seen that commercial where he says, I'm not a doctor, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night? So I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Clearly, I've not seen the commercial, but thank you. So
Mitch, for me,
what's the feedback from your clients though, when you say this to them? Do they not want to work with you? Are they a little upset? Are they respectful of what you've said? What is the feedback that they get? I see Gail saying they're usually good with it. They're okay with it. What else do you guys get back? I see that they're not upset, typically understand and are respectful. So let me say, that's also what I have found is when I tell people it's not my wheelhouse, they appreciate your honesty and they appreciate the fact that you are trying to retain your license. Right now, we've got lawsuits amuck up in the north part of the country when agents have been getting caught doing the wrong thing, not necessarily giving advice that they shouldn't be, but doing the wrong thing. You never know who might be setting you up, and that's the truth. So be cautious because we're in an environment where people will report you quickly. I refer at least 3 CPAs for my clients to compare. They say thank you. They don't want me to make stuff up. Simon, I love that. I love it. That's an excellent CPA question. Question for the room because we are in a discussion session. Which ones of you will refer CPAs? Who the heck stays out of the referral game? Okay, I see people saying, I'm out. I'm one of those people. So I stay out of the referral game. I do need a mic open. Tell me why you stay out of the referral game.
Because if they suck, I'm on the hook. That's pretty much how it is.
Answer of the day, and that is so true. I don't refer either. Bisan is saying she doesn't refer either. Quentin says, I ask if they need one. So Quentin may say, I need one. Then what do you do?
I mean, I'll usually kind of throw them a bone to like 2 or 3, but I just tell them to shop for somebody that fits you. And like these are, and I'll even the one I use, it's like he may not be the right fit, but I mean, you can at least talk to him. At least he'll talk to you, and he may not be the right fit for you. But yeah, I typically don't get asked, but if I do, I just ask. Well, if you need one, it's like I can give you one.
And Miguel is like, honey, go to the yellow pages and work that out, my friend.
Yep.
Let me ask somebody who can multitask and go to Google, but can someone find for us the CPA licensing entity? Because when people ask me for an attorney, I send them to the Texas Bar. I think it is the texasbar.com. You can use the find a lawyer feature and find an attorney based on specialization. I don't refer anybody. And I'm going to type this in the chat, but even when people ask you for certain types of contractors on properties, when they're looking at you for help in fixing properties, the bluebook.com to who is that with the yellow page? It's Miguel. Here we go, honey. I don't refer to any contractor. Sure, I know great contractors, but
Mish,
I know any of them when the moment comes.
Mish, can I share my experience?
Please do.
I do refer the CPAs, but before I refer the CPAs to my clients, I always have a deep conversation with CPAs, find out where their specialty is, how their experience. With that, I have confidence to refer. Otherwise, I won't just throw out a name, CPA's name to them, because it's just like throughout the clients on the street, have them figure out the direction. There's no way. So I have to do
Absolutely.
my own due diligence works and then refer to my clients.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you for that, Matthew, because he's advanced in his career. And so he knows how he wants to qualify certain people to do this business. And can I just tell you guys that this goes across the board when working with investors? Somebody will say, I prefer to close. This is on the seller side. I want to close at so-and-so title company. This is the title company I've always used. We will do a closing at their preferred title company. And let me tell you, some of them are horrible. I don't care if every building you close for the past 5 years is the same company. That doesn't make them proficient at it. And so if you need to argue on behalf of your buyer client, I don't want to close over there, I want to close over here, then you need to have that fight. Because like what Matthew says, sometimes we need to qualify these people, or our clients need to qualify these people. But I'm not a big fan of being the one that does the qualifying. So you found the TSBPA, and is that one for the lookup to find which group is this? Our CPAs, is that what that link is for, guys?
Yes, it is.
Awesome stuff. So copy that down, save that for yourselves. And that's what I do. I send people to the organization. You can find them just like people can come to HAR or to your board and find you. So don't refer if you're not comfortable. Let me tell you now, we have been sued repeatedly for referrals. What happens in court is this. On the residential side, I'm going to take it back to a side on which you all may be familiar. I've seen people say, hey, do you know a good roofer? The company that you work for says, yes, here's a few of our preferred roofers that we work with. And this really did happen. One of our colleagues handed over a list with 6 different roofing companies on it. The job didn't get done. And this client went back and sued the roofing company, but also named in the suit was the realtor who did the referring. The realtor in court tried to argue, I didn't tell you to use that particular roofer. I just gave you a list of people. You made the choice to go with that person. The judge found in favor of the plaintiff, and we ended up having to pay because what we did was we narrowed down the field of potential roofers to 6. That was a referral in the judge's eyes. So unless you're like Matthew and you're 100% in, be cautious of it, because the history in court shows we don't win these kinds of cases. So just be aware of why some of us have said, hands off, I'm out of here.
And how do you tell this to your client whenever they ask you for an inspector, a roofer, a plumber? I mean, how do you tell them, hey, what do you usually say?
My
commercial.
personal, and I would love other people to chime in with their scripts, but my personal script is I like to stay out of the referral game because I'll never be able to promise you that this person will perform. You know, every day, somewhere along the way in real life comes the day when the person that's done the perfect job messes up. Everybody does. Everybody has the day when something goes wrong, and wouldn't you know it'd be the day you referred them. So what I let them know is, for me to retain my license, I like to be as cautious as possible and not direct you to people who potentially might endanger your home or your business. So what I'd like to do instead is refer you to the resource where you can get 3 bids out of the entire pool of roofers. Why don't you make some calls, see who they are, ask for referrals, and talk to the people they've actually, done roof work for. And most people say, thank you. Some people want to see written referrals. But I just tell people, I like to stay out of the game because wouldn't you know it, the day I told you to use that accountant will be the day they mess up your books because the dog died. And I do like to insert humor. What do you guys say? Help Gerald out because I love his questions.
For me, I just refer my clients to some professional associations.
Exactly, like what we're putting in here. Someone says right up front, remind them through the process. And even early, before they become your client, let them know, here's a list of the professional organizations that you can go visit so that you can find the appropriate person to help you through certain aspects of this transaction. So that way you appear to be giving a service, right? You sent them to the Bar Association, you sent them to the TSBPA, you just didn't tell them who to use. The other thing I like to do, Gerald, is refer people to a few places. I'd send them to the Google reviews. Please look at the reviews online. People tend to tell you how they feel. I'd also like to know if anybody in the room, and I'm going to put this in the chat, has been to something called ripoffreport.com. Anybody ever been there before? Quentin, what's in the ripoffreport.com?
Sometimes some truthful accounts and sometimes some very untruthful accounts of different things. And it's basically just people's opinions and just kind of, it can be baseless claims, it can be legit claims. It's just kind of, I don't know, you just kind of have to weigh it out, but it can be truthful anyway, don't have to necessarily have proof though, that's the thing.
That's the thing. So now what you'll get in ripoffreport.com is very emotional. And Quentin, is this what you see? Very emotional accounts?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. I mean, and whether or not it's a truthful thing or not, but it's people that are ticked off and they're just saying stuff. So whether or not it's truthful or not, they're ticked.
They're usually pissed off. When you get ripoffreport.com, you're going to get an account that comes right off the top of the head many times, cussing, fussing. Then you'll sometimes see, right, Quentin, a response from the contractor that has been assaulted in the report. And that's what I like to see. What was the rebuttal to the complaint that was made? Because to Angie's point, true reviews sometimes can be hard to find. And when I do look at Google reviews, I like to look at the pluses and the negatives, and your client needs to make a decision on their own. And the third place I send them is to the Better Business Bureau. That thing is still alive. It is still well. It is functioning. And so it's a nice place to send people, but I do stay out of it because courts don't side with us. So Gerald, absorb all that information. But it's okay to tell people, my license doesn't let me do it. And I will tell this to you. You won't learn this until the third book, but our contracts are written right above the signature line with a warning that we're not allowed to do any of the stuff we just said. It's actually written on our contracts. We can't do appraisals. We can't do inspections. Please don't ask us for advice. We're not licensed to do it unless we're licensed to do it. So check out the chat. Matthew's got in there for you. And let's go back to the book. Because we're marching towards a lunch break, guys. We're marching pretty doggone fast. So tax considerations. Did you know, as of, and this is per your book here, 2019, the highest U.S. individual tax rate is 37% for unmarried individuals earning $519,200, and for married couples filing jointly, the top bracket is $612,000, and I'm rounding again, it's a bad habit. The corporate tax rate as of 2019 is at 21%, and please bear in mind, this all may be as of the writing of this book, and I don't know when that was. This is in your book on page 47. Do not tell me it's right or wrong, but we will be using this example. If you want to verify this, you will need to go to your CPA. But Texas does not tax corporate earnings, which is one reason why. Oh man, I spelled Lone Star wrong. Look at that. It's the Lone Star state. I'll get it, guys. The Lone Star State has been able to attract businesses away from states with higher taxes. So let's look at some depreciation of property. And this is in your exam. Tax consideration, depreciation. In general terms, it is the reduction of value of an asset over time. As time goes on, things do depreciate. They just do. That's life. Heck, we depreciate, in particular due to wear and tear. And I promise that's true of people. For tax purposes, this is an interesting note. For tax purposes, land is not a depreciable asset because it's assumed to have an unlimited useful life. But wouldn't you know it, there's an exception to that too. So before a hand goes in the air, here's the exception. This is why the camera is up there, because I did a little digging. An exception is when some aspect of the land is actually used up, like when a mine is emptied of its ore. Make sense? So yes, land can depreciate, but it has to do with how it was used. But for the most part, and for what we're doing in this book, the dirt is the dirt and it ain't changing in value for tax purposes. Moving on. So tax considerations, land depreciation question. I see land values fluctuating in my CAD records, so which one is it? And I know many of you probably went there and said, but wait a minute, I see my stuff fluctuating all the time. Land, like any asset, can go down in value, but it doesn't appreciate when we're doing accounting for taxes. That's the difference. So when we're valuing for the CAD, that's different. When we're counting for taxation in the purposes, when we're talking about buying and selling it, they don't depreciate it in their spreadsheets. Now, let me say this. This is the example that's in the book. It is not necessarily a one-size-fits-all thing. To Matthew's point, what if someone did use CAD records? I don't know, but you may need to look around and see what they do, because they just might. If for the most part, at least per your text, land is land, dirt is dirt, and we don't want to depreciate its value in the accounting system. So still looking at depreciation, values going down. Long-term capital gains for an asset in the US are taxed at 20% as of 2019. And we're awfully close to rolling into 2021, so numbers may be fluctuating. But long-term capital gains refer to the gains that you get when property is held for at least a year prior to being sold off. A lot of times, this is why the holding period counts. How long are you going to keep this thing? Exit strategies to reduce or defer those capital gains are going to be discussed a little bit later. How do we defer these taxes? So now we're going to look at something else. We're just going to look at another concept. Not that we're trying to tie things together. We're just looking at another concept. And we're looking at here cash flow after taxes. And this one, very simply, and I am saying simply because we're trying to keep things simple in nature, is that we're subtracting the liability, the tax liability, from our cash flow before tax number. We had cash flow before taxes. Now let's factor in the tax liability. And the total tax liability to the investor includes adjustments for mortgage interest, depreciation, to determine adjusted net cash flow that is subject to taxation. This is a CPA accountant territory matter, but your book wanted you to see it. But this is what's being included when this formula is being rolled out for you in your text. So take a look. We're going back to our apartment building. I'm going to put some dynamite around it and blow it up before it's over. But we're back at that raggedy building that's gone through heck. So this time, let's see what we're doing. We're going to assume our investor is in Texas and they're a corporation and they're subject to a 21% federal tax rate. So we're going to look at cash flow after taxes. How much cash are we making here after we factor in the taxes? And this is an oversimplified view, but here we go. We're going to put a few things on the table because I'm sure some of you have forgotten what the heck we've talked about. The cost basis for this building. Let's assume the land accounts for 20% of the property's value. So when we bought that sucker for the 12 million that we started with yesterday, 80% of what we're going to do here is the actual building. So we're at $9,600,000 as the cost basis for what we're going to consider. We're not considering the land. Remember, the land is 20% of this, so we took 20% out of the 12 million. Simplifying it. The recovery period, the useful life of the property. It's 39 years. Useful life of the property, 39 years. So we're going to assume that the start date and end date that we're going to use, and we're looking at this taxation thing, is going to be a 39-year period. And we're going to just start with an even calendar date, January 1st through December 31st. Otherwise, yes, you would have to learn partial year calculations. Matthew, I know you're disappointed because we're not starting on April 13th, but doggone it, we're just trying to keep it simple. So here we go. Assume that annual depreciation adjustments came in 39 parts, which means every year we have a little bit of depreciation. So how do we find that depreciation adjustment? Here we go, very slowly. The cost basis for the building, we had 12 million when we started, but we're not including the land. So we're at $9,600,000 divided by those 39 years. And we ended up with 39 equal periods of depreciation at $246,154 a year. That's how much this thing is supposed to be depreciating per year. So let's look at the mortgage, one little layer at a time. The loan terms for this little thing, if you remember, was $7,200,000. That was supposed to be a 60% loan to value ratio. There was a 5% rate put on this with a 20-year amortization schedule and a 10-year all-in. Someone asked earlier about that balloon payment after the end of a certain period of time. Well, now we're going to kind of look at it. And that might be called the 10-year all by some people. Just in case you hear it, because he wrote it this way in the book, the 10-year all, he's saying is your balloon payment at the end of the 10 years. There is an interest-only payment in year one equal to $355,115 a year. And so stick with me, everybody. Hang in there. You got this. And may I just share with you guys that I struggled with this picture. I have to ask you this. I must ask you this. This has zero to do with the curriculum. Is everybody aware of the picture of the little frog hanging on a wire with his poor little legs trying to hang on to the wire? Has everyone seen this image before? I struggled. I wanted to use the picture, but I figured a naked frog spread across a wire might offend some people. So I had to use this little baby instead. But hang in there with me, guys. We're almost done. Believe it or not, it's almost lunchtime. So let's look at this formula and don't get nervous about having to do heavy memorization. So now let's plug in numbers for all those little concepts we talked about. The first year of annual corporate tax liability is going to look like this. There's the formula. I've written it out in color. To those who don't like all this color, I apologize, but it makes it easier for some people to line up the numbers with the color. So we've got tax liability is going to be cash flow before taxes minus the interest paid minus the depreciation. So down below, we start in, there's a reminder for your cash flow number before taxes also. Reminder number for your interest paid. Reminder number for your depreciation adjustment. Oops. So now let's look at this formula that we've been given in the book. If we look at cash flow before taxes, and we subtract this interest paid, and we subtract the depreciation adjustment, now we've got $49,471. That is the cash flow subject to being taxed. When we do tax it at the corporate tax rate, we end up with this number. It turns out, though, that this corporation will benefit from $10,389 in saved taxes. That's a negative number. Now, I am not trying to frighten the crap out of anybody. I can already see from the looks on some people's faces, y'all are turning around and running right on back to Berkshire Hathaway, Keller Williams. Y'all are, I'm out of this. Somebody get me back over to Century 21. I will put on a yellow jacket and get back to selling houses. I see it on your face. Look at Susan. Susan is where I see some. Look at Michelle Montgomery, ready to run. You all right, Michelle? Okay. But this is just in concept. And if your clients should ever ask you this information, I want you to do something that Matthew did. I want you to go back and, yes, and it is a negative 49,000. I forgot to say that, and thank you very much for noting that, because I didn't state that the number was a negative 49,000. But I do want you to understand something, because Matthew made it apparent. You can look at this text and you can read this book and you can get a very simplified way to do things. I need you to go back and look at other places. IREM, BOMA, ICSC, if you're managing shopping centers. There's a slew of different business organizations available that you can be working with that may have other standards in place. Your client, to Taryn's point, may want to do something different. CPAs may be telling you about new workarounds this year. So running this and telling a client this is what it is and this is how it is, not recommended. But this is just showing you and exposing you to what it could look like. So be very cautious at saying anything with certainty outside your wheelhouse. Because again, Matthew always makes a great point. There you go. He sent you to the professionals, my friend. It's called the IRS. And I go to Christina Darmsing. That's why I hire her, because she's the best, at least to me. So one more time, we are back on our simplified slides. And I promise you, we will cover what's important in the exam. Put it back up here. And to my colleague's point, thank you very much for noting that the 49,000 is a negative number. Bam. So one last step that we need to look at, we're looking at applying those numbers to cash flow after taxes. So cash flow before taxes minus the tax liability we established gets us at $10,389. Double negatives are going to act as a positive number. And so this is where we get to 10,389. And when we do the actual formula, we end up at $500,062. And let me back up, $562,187. I have got to stop with the rounding of a number. But double negative right here in your formula, captured by this bracket, is why this 10,000 is a positive number. You remember that from school. And again, we result in the 562,187. But there you go. So effects of all of this cash flow after taxes on an unleveraged property with no loan on it, color coding still in place. We've got a formula to look at, cash flow annualized. We need to look at that NOI minus debt service, and we've done this already. And so remember our figures, no loans in place. Don't expect you to remember, that's why I put it on there. It's in previous pages of your actual slides. But the tax liability equals the cash flow before taxes minus that interest paid, minus that depreciation. Reminders of the figures, and when you do run the formula, excuse me, running the formula on an unleveraged property, your cash flow after taxes is at $938,072. This is on an unleveraged property. Again, oversimplified, but it does make its point. And then we land here. And technically we are right on time because I didn't get to do this yesterday. I wanted to incorporate your break with your actual lunch. Today we are successfully managing to add your break to your lunch. So you're going to get an hour and 15 minutes today to take your break. So I will still see you back here at an even 1 o'clock. How's that for lunch on time? Yes, Miss Susan. Thank you, Raquel. Thanks, Gerald. Susan, I see your face.
I was just blowing you a kiss.
Oh, thank you. I really do try to be cognizant of the fact that everyone's a practitioner and really needs their time. It's
Yeah.
to sit in a class for 8 hours a day. And then we've got Sherry and Bobby who literally need to leave the room and drive somewhere to get food and whatnot.
Oh, I'm at my office and our internet's really wonky right now because everybody's doing Zoom classes.
Yes.
And the internet's really strained and
Absolutely.
it rained all day here in Dallas.
And then we've got rain considerations for getting to lunch in the first place. So I really did want people to have your actual break and your lunch. So again, I'll see everybody back at 1.
Bon appetit.
On time, y'all. We're doing a fantastic job.
Hi, Mish.
I'm looking for you on, there you go. There you go.
Hey, is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Just a couple because even I have to do something
Okay.
for people. No, today I actually need my lunch break. What you got?
So one quickly on this work, this deal that I've been working on, this industrial property that I've been trying to obtain, first of all, my broker did require me to partner up with someone that had experience with commercial because for liability purposes, so that was a must. And second, that's why I'm learning as much as I can. Now, the square footage of the building, it's a larger building. What square footage do we use? Do we use and that's more for my purposes. He probably already knows, but I want to be informed as well. What square footage do I use? Do I use the tax record, what shows on the tax record, or do I use what CoStar is showing?
Oh gosh, I hate it when things differ, and that may require your client to answer the question for you, or you make the demand of the seller to clean it up. And that may need to be verified with surveys and other documents. You understand what I'm saying? You
Okay.
need to because I've seen people do this and say, well, I want to use the tax record because it's bigger in the tax record when they know good and doggone well that it's smaller. So you've seen the difference. Please, somewhere in writing, make the notation. There's a difference here. And I need to draw to your attention, there's a difference. Now, how do you want to address it? Because I need the accurate figure.
Okay, and actually what CoStar is doing, in CoStar is actually showing us a 8,000 square feet bigger property. And what they're doing is that they're taking into consideration the canopy. Canopy. I'm sorry?
Are you selling, is it a gas station? I'm just curious.
No, it's an industrial manufacturing, it's a manufacturing property.
Gotcha. You know, what you can do is make, whose side are you on, buyer or seller?
I'm on the seller. I'm on the listing to sell the properties, owner occupied.
Okay. And you're representing the seller, and the buyer is the one who really may have issue with the way you present this property. And so the best that you can do, first of all, talk to your client and let them know that you're aware there's some differences here versus what appeared in CoStar and what's in the tax record. And make sure they know that you have a plan to present a certain way, that you may want to go with the government record, or ask your client, do you have any documentation? Did an architect come in and measure, whatever? Do you have something that shows what the square footage is? Or can you direct me to where we're going for square footage? Or do we take that loose terminology that a lot of residential agents use that say as part of the due diligence on the part of the buyer, you need to verify square footage independently? There's a few ways this thing can be done.
Okay.
How deep do you want to get in the verifying of that?
What something else that we may do is have it appraised, have an appraisal on the property. Wouldn't the appraiser also provide us with the square footage of the property?
They'll oftentimes tell you that they looked at the public records to get it. If you're trying to verify the public record, then the appraisal might not. Appraisers don't, necessarily run out and measure spaces. They look at market data. And so I'm not sure that's your best bet right there.
And a survey, how much does it cost for a larger industrial over 100,000 square? How much does it cost?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That one, I truly I have no experience with pricing for that. But this is where your client really does need to figure out, what are you going to present? Because if you present wrong and you get caught doing it, I'm going to tell you, Gerald, you have to consider whether or not you want to be a part of this transaction, especially if it's going to be seen as fraudulent.
Right.
I know that sounds horrible and you don't want to let this go, but this is a consideration for you. And you got to have this conversation with your broker. It's a good one too.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, Lucy. Lucy, thank you so much, Gerald. And then Lucy, give me a second to mute down and call you so we can get our thing straight. Diana Cortez, are you still on? All right, that's enough. Diana Cortez, are you back from lunch yet, Diana? No? anyone who is listening, please grab a sheet of paper and a pen, pencil, or crayon. Need you to have a piece of scratch paper and a pen or something to write with. Hey, Chris Parker, be sure to grab a piece of paper and something to write with when we come back from break. And you absolutely do need a blank piece of paper. Awesome. Just one sheet will do. Again, if you're back from break, be sure to grab one single sheet of blank paper and something to write with. You cannot do this on a device. We are back from lunch in about 3 or 4 minutes, guys, maybe 5, but we're getting ready to come back from lunch. Grab what you need and come on back to the desk. If you do not have one, please grab one sheet of blank paper. It's all you need is the one sheet. But this activity you will not be able to do electronically. We need the old school paper. So grab one sheet of paper and a pen or a pencil. Shrink. Everybody who's back from lunch, be sure to grab a sheet of paper and something to write with. You will not be able to do this activity on any device. We need to go old school with actual paper and pen. Diana Cortez, are you back, my friend? Where's Diana?
Yes, sorry, I was on the phone.
Gotcha. Can you private chat me your phone number? I was trying to get you some information.
Not a problem.
Thanks. For everybody, Flora and Martin and Raquel and folks who are online, be sure to grab one sheet of paper. You can't do this activity with an electronic device. I really do need you to grab a piece of paper and something to write with. We're not making paper airplanes, but I do need you to be able to write something down, and it does have to be written. So grab your paper, grab the biggest cup of coffee you got, or maybe your Monster energy drink. We'll be back in just a few moments. Cool t-shirt, Raquel, just caught that. No, it's a cool t-shirt. We're going to need to have a cool backgrounds test. See who's got the coolest background. All right, so for those of you who caught the announcement, just make sure you have a sheet of paper. We've got something to do together. and it does require we go old school with actual paper and a pen or a pencil. Either one's fine. You can't do this one wrong. Can't do this one wrong. I hope everybody appreciated the extra time for lunch, getting your break along with your lunch, especially those of you who needed to move around and leave where you work, because some of you are in offices, not at home. So I'm glad you like it. Yeah, my background is busy, isn't it? Boop. So no, I'm not going to keep that up. I'm going to imagine the home I want to be in. Look at that. Bam. Wow. It's so not my house. Anyway, just so that I don't kill my computer, because I swear one of these days my computer is going to say, I'm done with you. Let me stop playing and fiddling with Zoom. Zoom does have backgrounds though, and I understand Zoom now has filters. You can put filters on your face to smooth out your complexion. Did y'all know that? This is ridiculous. Who needs that? Just get in there and do what you're doing. Now all of a sudden we got to smooth out you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so let us get back from lunch. I hope you all had a good one. The workload is going to lighten up significantly. Let me just say that. I'm looking at it, it's going to lighten up significantly. You all endured probably what is conceivably the worst of it in terms of math and formulas and stuff. We're back on some concepts, and there's some simpler concepts, and we're going to have just a little bit of fun. So I want to kind of get us here, and let me go ahead and do one more adjustment on my end. So we're looking at some financial analysis, and you all should be, let me put the slide back up so you can see kind of where we're at together. And this might be you at the top left of the screen. This poor woman has glued some eyeballs on top of her real eyeballs and gone straight to sleep. I know how hard this gets at this time of the day. And it does get hard. So in nearly 2 days, we've covered a lot of formulas. Some of you have expressed in phone calls and text messages that this was overwhelming, but there was an appreciation from some of you who in the chat said, thank you. And that thank you isn't just to me. That thank you was for those of you who are able to run, again, like Usain Bolt, through all this work. The thank you was from those who are slower paced, for whom this is brand spanking new. The big thank you was for you guys, for being patient enough to let them kind of catch on to the little bits they could. So that thank you wasn't, oh, Gail, what did I miss? Gail, what? I missed something, Gail, but okay. Oh, Lord, we got animals. All right, we'll let them come on in class. Thank you. Oh, look at the face. Y'all gonna make me blush. But the thank you came from people who, you know, they don't want to out themselves as the slower learners, but there are people who are just not math inclined, who cringe and don't like it. And so from them to you and even to me, thank you all very much. They're very aware, and so am I, that this can be so much more complicated. There are so many more variables, and you do have to lean or just kind of sit back when your client says, I do things a certain way. This is simply an introduction to a lot of concepts. And when you go through your book is written like a story, and it'll keep using this 100-unit apartment building, and it'll just keep using it and building on it and building on it. So again, thank you so much for that. But back to what we were looking at a second ago, these people who are like, look, I've had enough. Take a look at the slide again. This one poor lady says, I feel like I'm already exhausted for tomorrow. And that's how some of you actually feel after looking at all the stuff we've been looking at. But we know it's overwhelming. We know this work can be time consuming. So why don't we consider real estate investment calculators to do the work for you? And throughout the day, many of you have put in some of your preferred platforms. And there are some that were mentioned, I think, in the book. Here's one where I gathered a few real estate calculators. And let me just say this. This one's not in the book. Not every calculator does everything. Not every calculator does everything. You may find yourself having to do a portion of a long formula using some other calculator, like the bank rate calculator I used. It only did that simple math for the mortgage with 5% over 20 years. Very simple. That's all it did. But I needed that data to go plug into something else. So don't forget, if you guys want to share any calculators that you use, by the way, oh, there you go. Anybody who just joined us now, again, don't forget, grab a piece of scratch paper because we're going to do something silly together. And I got to admit that what we're going to do is going to seem silly. It's going to make sense later. So you got to go with it. But this is going to be one of those things that is designed to let your mind come on down. You know, you got to ebb and flow. This is like watching a movie. You go up, you go down, and we're doing the same thing in class. But again, get your calculators out and share in the chat anything that you use as a calculator that you like as a tool. So I'm looking now, and I can't put the links in the chat box because I'm not able to grab them right now. Take a picture of that and hopefully you'll be able to use them from there. They are quite lengthy, but grab a photo of this. And what you guys are teaching me is that perhaps there may need to be a supplement to the class materials that are the mathematics workbooks that someone recommended. Maybe, and again, I'm not a big recommender of things, but this may be in the supplement. So I'll talk with the education department after we're done and see how they feel about maybe adding this stuff in for later groups. So let's keep going. Hands in the air if you've had enough of financing formula and mathematical equations. Okay, so let's try something else. We're going to do a group activity together, believe it or not. If you've had enough of numbers and whatnot, then let's do something together. You're going to think I have lost all of my marbles, but this is the activity. What you'll need is a single sheet of paper. You'll need a pen or a pencil. I don't care if it's a marker or a crayon. And this is what you're going to do. First of all, you need to relax your mind because this is not what you think it's going to be. Relax your mind. You're going to draw a picture of a pig. I see faces going, what? Excuse me? I beg all of your pardon, but it doesn't have to be perfect. We are going somewhere with this relative to commercial real estate. So here are some ideas for those of you who are just absolutely not creative types. I don't care what you draw. It doesn't matter. The full pig, half the pig, the profile of the pig, the face of the pig. This one doesn't even have any eyeballs. A squiggle pig, it doesn't matter. Just draw a pig. Now I'm going to give you a few minutes. You draw what you want. It doesn't matter if it's artistic. It doesn't matter if it looks like your kid did it. But even if you do have your kid do it for you right now, it's still going to mean something. So take a moment, draw a pig on your paper. I bet you never thought you'd be doing this. Why is this the most serious you all have looked in 1.5 days? My goodness. You guys are all focused and whatnot. Okay, perfect, Cheyenne. Pig done. That means something, by the way. We're going to cover it too. If you want to share, by all means, share the piggy if you'd like to. But the pigs do mean something. And for those of you fellow instructors, Sharon, I borrowed this from one of our colleagues, and you can also use this in your class too, because it really does mean something. Anthony's going, Mish, I didn't pay for this. This is not what I paid for. I see it, Carolyn. All right, all right. Pigs up, Justin. Nice, Justin. Gotcha. Let me go in the back of the room and see what we got. Erica, see the pig. Bisan, seeing the pig. Raquel, pigs up. Natalie, Miguel. That is amazing. Okay, so we got pigs up. Hi, Lacharo. I see your pig, my friend. Awesome, Martin. I see it. And Gerald, my buddy. Gerald, is that a camel? Now, Gerald, honey, did you draw a humpback pig over there?
Drawing is not my best skill.
And what do we got from Lucy Cadenas? Okay, thank you. Did you draw a poodle or a pig, John? Okay, it's a pig. You draw.
I draw a family.
I see that. That's not, see, now you're throwing me for a loop. I don't know what to do with that information. But okay, guys, this is what all of that means. So for everybody who's done drawing, take a look. And I see Joe Eccles' pig and Susan's pig up in the camera. This does mean something, my friends. Here we go. What does it all mean for you guys? If you drew your pig towards the top of the paper, take a look at where you drew it. It means that you tend to be positive and optimistic, right? And hey, Gail, there's going to be a list on this page that stops at number, I want to say number 6. So if you let me get 1 through 6 up and then you take a picture of this, you'll have all the characteristics of this page. So towards the top of the paper, this means you tend to be positive and optimistic. So you got to ask yourself, where did you draw your pig, right? If you drew yours towards the middle of the paper, your tendency is towards being realistic, right? And I see some thumbs up and some people going, well, yeah, that actually kind of makes a little sense. So what about if you drew your pig towards the bottom of the page? Well, it means that you might tend to be a little more pessimistic, maybe. And it's not a negative thing, but that may speak to how you might actually be as an investor as well, right? So let's keep going. We've got a couple of more things to consider. Which way, if your pig is facing, is he facing? Is the piggy looking to the left? That means you tend to believe in tradition and be friendly. It might also mean that you're good at remembering dates. I am horrible at remembering a date. If that thing is true, somebody let me know, because I am horrible at remembering dates. Let's see. If you drew your piggy facing right, the tendency, according to this data that I used, says that you tend to be innovative and active, and you may also be prone to forgetting dates easily as well. And I'm sorry, not forgetting for going left, remembering dates for going left, excuse me. Remembering dates if you drew left and forgetting dates if you drew right. Forgive me for that. That's why I have to write it down. And then if your pig faced front, which means whoever drew a family of piggies, well, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that we need medication, John? I'm not sure what we do now because you got a full family on that page. So if you drew facing front, Gail, yours is hidden because of your background, my friend. We can't see it. There you go. If you're facing front, you tend to be direct and you may enjoy playing the role of devil's advocate. Okay. Uh-oh. You also are prone to neither fearing nor avoiding confrontational discussions. This may be great for negotiation. Gail, what are you showing me with your piggy? I can't make him out, honey.
Okay, well, he was at the top.
Above.
He's little at the top and he's facing straight on.
Oh, Lord. See, y'all got to get extra artistic with it. If you drew your piggy at an angle, we're going to have us some trouble. But take a look at these and think about what it's saying. The top of the paper, optimism. And that makes a lot of sense. That might mean that you are a person who might take some risks too. Middle of the paper, well, that's middle of the road. Let me just see both sides of something. And that makes a lot of sense. You know, let me, draw in the center, because she might ask me to do something else in this paper and I don't know what it is I need to be ready for. But look at this. Now, there's more to consider, and I'm going to move us on to the next slide. For those of you who wanted to photograph this for your own purposes, do so now.
Hey, Mish, real quick, what does it mean when you just draw your pig in the open space that you have?
Well, you made a choice. You could have drawn a little bitty piggy up in the corner. And it means you don't follow instructions because I asked you to get a blank piece of paper. So there are some people who are laughing and nodding, but let's hit the second half because this again is going somewhere. 7, did you put a lot of details in your drawing or did you just do a quick line drawing? That might mean you have a tendency towards being analytical, but it also may mean that you're prone to being cautious to the point you struggle with trust because you needed to take care of the details. Are you all catching what this is throwing? It's interesting. It's a very simple activity, but it's very interesting. The next thing it says is with few details. Well, you tend to be emotional, maybe, and to focus on the larger picture rather than those details. That might mean you're a great supervisor because you've got vision, but you're not the one that carries it out. You also may be a great risk taker and sometimes might make impulsive decisions. Taryn, I'm starting to see what your client's pig is going to look like. I'm catching it now. So there's some truth in what's being said here if you all took a little time and thought about your piggies. Number 9, with less than 4 legs showing. The legs mattered. So it may indicate that you are living through a major period of change. It might mean that you're prone to struggling with insecurity about something. You might even look at that like, do I want to get into this business? I know that's weird, but that's an interesting thing because if there's less than 4 legs, isn't that potentially an indication of a lack of stability? 4 legs definitely means stable. So when we do have the 4 legs showing, you tend to be secure, stick to your ideals. However, others may describe you as stubborn, standing your ground. Many of you are laughing now. You are just showing all of your cards. Some of your faces are killing me. So let's look at a few more characteristics. There we go. I think we've got 2 more. Were the ears really big? That might be an indicator of a good listener. And according to this activity, the bigger the ears, the better the listener you are. So for those of you who drew teeny tiny ears, consider your listening skills. I see you, Miguel. You got some nice ears, Miguel. Okay, I see. And then did you draw a long tail? Now y'all don't go back drawing because the longer tail might talk about how intelligent you are, the longer the better. So don't go extending tails now, it's too late. You already showed your piggies. But the longer the tail, it just implicates that you might be more intelligent. So now what we have to do, as crazy as this sounded, and for those of you who want the picture of it, just for a simple group activity, go ahead and take that picture now. This is finished. I see some cameras up. Let me let you get it. So how does this relate to commercial real estate? Nothing I do is without a reason. I just like to have fun in class. There is no one size fits all description of the commercial realtor or practitioner. Let me just say that we're all different. We're all going to do things a different way. Same with our investor clients. So you need to figure out the attributes that work for you when you are working as a realtor with an investor. Now, these are some of the differences between residential colleagues and commercial ones that you might see in the field. What I'm about to do, admittedly, is called stereotyping, and it is. But I'm going to put these up and we're going to talk about how accurate or inaccurate they may be. Commercial realtors have a tendency to be more direct. I'm seeing some head nods. What are you feeling about that as a stereotype? Do you find that to be true? I'm seeing Patty. Patty, tell me what your experience has been.
Well, with commercial real estate, it's much less personal, although it's very personal in a way because it's going to be your work home in a lot of instances. but it's much more pragmatic. This is my office. This is the size space I need. This is the rent I can afford. That's what I find.
Exactly. We are direct when speaking. And sometimes, guys, it's to the point that it may be conceived as rude if you're coming out of residential and going into commercial. I'm not sure the tendency is to come off rude, but you may find it that way because in residential, there is an emphasis on making a customer feel comfortable because for them in the residential side, for many people, it's the largest transaction of their lives. For some of your investor clients, they do this all the time. Every 5 years, new investment. So there may be a tendency towards being short, being direct. And Gail, how do we know that the piggy thing is real? That's why I said there's a tendency based on the activity. You can dump the whole piggy thing if you'd like to. It's just an interesting matter of perspective about yourself and who you are as a person. And that goes into some of these stereotypes about realtors working in commercial. But I'm glad you had fun. All right, so next one. More focused on the numbers and the data. All right, so a lot of times we tend to get right to it. Where did you get that cap rate from? And I do believe our friend Matthew had brought that up really early. Know the numbers. Where'd you get that stuff from? How did you derive this? I just need to see the data. And I think that's true. There are people that also need to see the asset. They need to see the property, but they're very focused on that. I see something in Anthony's face. Anthony, do you have anything to share with your perspective on that? As an investor, yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the numbers make sense, the deal makes sense. The numbers don't make sense, let's move on to find something that does. You know, I think that from my experience, it's very much how it's been. It's very unemotional. That's one of the reasons why I like commercial a little bit more than residential, but it's just, that tends to be the nature of the beast.
And then we've got, thank you very much, Anthony, the other side of the table. Taryn, one more time, was your client not so focused on the data, but he had another set of parameters he needed to follow instead?
Yep, it's what he likes, and it's he wants this or he wants that or he likes this because of that.
You as a practitioner, you did need to get the numbers out. You did need to see those. That was important to you as a practitioner. So guys, again, there's differences. Matthew, what about you? With regard to your colleagues in the business, what do you see?
I also see the I also need to see who made those numbers. I need to see the personality of that person because it depends on their personal characteristics. They're is aggressive or conservative. How they make those status numbers, where does it come from? So that shows the numbers.
And it's interesting that you say that you need to meet the person. You need to actually see the person. Tell me about why that's important to you, because some people might not ever meet the other broker. This may be a phone thing. Why is that important to you?
Because everyone wants to make a deal, no matter seller or buyer, or even we're broker agent. We want to make a deal because we make commission. But someone maybe want to make up some numbers. You know, if we couldn't call it up front, then our investor, our client are going to suffering the loss.
Amen. Now, there's a person in the room who I'm not going to mention by name, who is literally going through that right now, who is finding out that the individual is the one that kind of interrupted the flow of the transaction and is making things go sideways. I'll keep that identity of our colleague that's in the room now, but they're literally going through it right now because it's the person, the other broker they're working with, that's botching all of this. It's not necessarily the clients. So sometimes you need to assess the person. And I thank you for bringing that up, Matthew. Let me put up two more stereotypes and see how some of you feel about us as practitioners, and this was me speaking with other people just to see what they think, sometimes very difficult to reach via telephone. I'm already seeing some head nods, and it is difficult to reach many of us by the phone. John, I'd love your perspective on this because I see you head nodding already. Tell me what that's like for you.
Everybody's lives, when we get older, past high school, our lives have various things going on. I mean, personal, friends, business, school, whatever. It just gets compounded as you grow older. And the more relationships you have, it just distracts you from whatever you're doing. And if you're doing residential, you focus on residential. But if you're going to add on commercial, it's just another beast, another big chunk of whatever real estate is, because real estate's really big, right? So I think that the most people that get into commercial side is they're busy people. They're business owners or they're partners or whatever. And like I said before, there's not enough time in the day. I mean, if you could stay awake 20 hours and just sleep for 4 hours and be perfect for the other 20 hours, the remaining day, that's what people want. I mean, especially when you're running a business or trying to start a business or managing a business or partnering with whatever. So it's going to be hard to reach them because they have lots of things that's pulling at them from all sides. Because if you're a business owner, you're managing a business, but that business can have lots of aspects that's taking up their time. They're being
And I get that though, John. And so this is not directed at you at all. This is not towards you, but you bring up several good points. I have to say that we all get the same 24 hours in a day. We all have the same 24 hours. How we choose to use them, that's different. That's what changes. We all got the same amount of time. Now, I will tell you that I do find my colleagues sometimes extraordinarily difficult to reach on the phone. And the answer to that is that question of why, I don't know. I have no idea why it's so difficult to get my commercial colleagues on the phone. Residential, totally different beast. When someone calls a residential agent, you guys are sick with it because you'll return a phone call in less than an hour. I'm going to refer someone to you. Let me text you the number. The beep didn't even go through on the cell phone. You people are already on the phone with the referral. That's sick. Don't do that to me in commercial. I will get there when I get there, and I'm not playing with you. But it is different. And so that is a stereotype of how we tend to be, but it is a reality for a lot of us. There is a way to overcome that. And sometimes calling the agent direct doesn't work. And I have to call a front desk and get a little aggressive with whomever answered that phone. That often will get me to a vice president instead. But when you run into the brick wall of, I can't get the other broker, the listing broker, arguably, to answer the phone, try calling the main desk and expressing your frustration and your urgency. And I find it easier to get someone. Now, with regard to being difficult to reach during the phone call, let me offer this to you. Some people have heard me say this. You need to learn when you're trying to approach a seller to hold your cards closer to your chest and not give it all up. Because even in a simple leasing transaction, I just need to lease the doggone space. Can I get a conversation? Can I just go see the doggone thing? When you call and leave the voicemail, how much information did you leave on the phone? Sometimes you leave too much data and it gives people a choice about whether they want to call you back or not because they've assessed, look, I don't need to call them back. I have 6 letters of intent on my desk now. I'm going to lease out to one of these people because 2 of the 6 look great, whatever, not calling that person back. And that happens. So when you do make a phone call, my suggestion is something my boss taught me years ago. Stop leaving it all in the voicemail. And so when I call, and this is my tactic, I'd love to hear from other people, I only call and say the following. Hi, this is Mishika Guillory. Please give me a call back at 832-768-1711. There's no goodbye. There's no thank you. I didn't tell you what company I called from, what property I'm calling for. It's just authoritative. I'm in, I'm out, click. That's it. Many people return my phone call and say, ma'am, I got your message. Not sure why you called, but you do sound like somebody I needed to call back. And it works. Because now they're concerned, oh crap, is this someone's accountant? Oh crap, is this the lender? They don't know who you are. So that is a tactic that I've learned that works well. Anybody else have a tactic that they use to get someone on the phone? Please, Cheyenne, share.
Every once in a while, if I get one that's really tough to call me back, I'll say, hey, I was running your numbers that you had and they don't seem to be adding up right. And they'll call me back pretty quick because commercial realtors don't like to be told they're wrong. That's something I've learned a lot. So
That would work for me. That might encourage me to make a call. What you mean my numbers are wrong? What are you running? I like it. Anybody else use anything else to get people on the phone? Let me go to the other slide so I can see who else is in the room. I saw a hand up, just 1 second. I just saw, was that Angie or was that Chris? Angie, what do you do?
If it's, I do when I call and I've left a message the first time and haven't been returned. When I call again, I will say it's my second call or it's my third call. And I will say I followed up with an email as well, you know. And sometimes I think people just get so busy and then they realize how rude that, or how at that point, maybe they should get back or it'll be escalated. I don't know, but I usually always tell them how many times I've contacted them.
Exactly. And okay, someone left me a private message that says I must have picked that tactic up, that trick up from my marketing director days. Actually, my boss, the investor in California, whose portfolio I managed in Houston, is the one that asked me, he goes, are you calling so-and-so? And I'm like, yes, I am. He goes, well, what are you saying on the phone? Tell me what you're saying. And my investor client asked me to give him the script. What do you say? I thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. I told him what I say on the phone. He goes, oh, I wouldn't call you back either. He just came at me. He said, I wouldn't call you back either. And he said, Mish, this is how you leave a message. And sure enough, it worked. So I got that from the boss dude. Someone else is saying, if I'm cold calling, I start my message, then hang up a couple seconds in. What? Okay, wait a minute. Someone help me. Raymond, come on back. Explain that. Where's Raymond? Raymond, where'd you go? Do you have an open mic? This is Raymond Edler. I'm calling about, I start the message, then just cut it off. Oh, you intentionally cut the message. So if you're cold calling, you leave a message, you're sure that you leave a phone number, but then you cut the message in half. Raymond, where are you on my screen? You must share. Where are you? I can't find you. Raymond, you got to open up your mic and tell it. Come on, you got to talk about that one. Raymond, leave, lean back in that camera and tell us what you say. He is off camera, Raymond. He says he's too shy. Well, at least give me your chin to your forehead. Put your face back on that camera. I do love it though. That is absolutely straight comedy, but maybe it absolutely works for Raymond. So that one is, that's pretty cool. I've never heard that in my life. Let me just show you the fourth stereotype. Fourth stereotype. Follow-up may largely be expected of the person that's on the buyer or tenant rep side of the table. So does anybody experience this? That the listing agent or the leasing, well, the agent that's on the landlord side doesn't tend to do most of the follow-up, that it's on the buyer side? This is what I've seen. Taryn is giving me a nod like, yes, that's what tends to happen. And if you guys who are new in the business tend to run into some of these attributes, this can be why. And again, when we're going through the little piggy exercise, you've got to ask yourself if you're ready for some of this. A lot of this equates to one fat brick wall. Look at what I just said. I'm direct when speaking. I don't have time for a lot of conversation. We're just going in. Hurry up, say what you need to say. Can we hit the numbers and stop talking about the flowers I planted down there last week? Sometimes I might not be able to be reached by the phone, and I'm looking at you to make the return phone calls, not me. If the data that you came back with on the piggy drawing says I have a personality that may not work with this, just be ready to adjust that. And I know that sounds silly, but you need to know who you are and if you're ready to swim in this pool. Now, we do have on page 49 of your books, and I'm going to show it to you, but on page 49 of your books, there are spreadsheets. Many people in the chat said, I use an Excel spreadsheet. But one more time, this class, when it was presented originally, was going to be done in person. And so what we decided on as an organization is that it would be too difficult to teach people a program and teach them how to enter data into Excel. So this is what you have in your spreadsheets. I hope it's on page 49, because at this point, I'm not sure what I wrote. What page number is it on? Put it in the chat for me. I'll take it. It's on 50.
51.
50 or 51. Just making a note. Thank you.
That's kind of weird the way that jumps over, but yeah.
Writing it down. I love that you guys, I actually told the powers that be at Texas Realtors that you all have really been great partners in crime here in getting this together. So thanks again for the help on this one. But I did want you to see this sampling of an Excel spreadsheet. And this one has built-in formulas for the effective gross income, net operating income, and the gross rent multiplier, done in an order so that one takes into account the other. And so what I'm not able to do is pull up an Excel spreadsheet, run you through how we get tabs using the sum button, how you have one tab on this spreadsheet line up with a tab that's yet on another sheet 5 tabs down. This is stuff I do all day long, but it is more complicated and a little difficult to explain, but this is a sampling of what that might look like. And then this same spreadsheet, if I just kind of went on down the line, kind of also considers the cap rate formula. And these numbers should be auto-populating at some point. It should be showing you some things on auto once you plug in other numbers. When you're using an Excel spreadsheet of the program, is that you can connect a cell, and with a cell being each one of these, each one of these little blanks, I used the wrong thing there. There we go. Let me get my marker. Each one of these is a cell. You can put a formula inside any cell you want and make that formula link back over to some other cell. Now, there are some hazards in working with Excel spreadsheets. You'd better make sure that the cell that you're looking at works with the cell you intended it to work with. It's not difficult to check it because you will see at the top of an Excel spreadsheet where things are going and where things came from. This is part of the complication in actually teaching use of a spreadsheet. But at the end of the day, many of these numbers will begin to auto-populate based on early information that you put into this portion of the spreadsheet. You start putting in more data, it starts auto-populating down, and it may even start auto-populating through the years. So Excel spreadsheets, I think, are amazing, but setting them up, you actually may need some professional help doing it. And I do believe our colleagues put some in the chat. So again, don't forget to stay in touch with each other because you guys have been absolutely outstanding for helping each other. And I did note the 2 different page numbers, so let me go look and see what y'all have. Thank you again for that. So let me ask our Excel spreadsheet people, where you got yours from. Were they pre-built for you? Did you build them yourself? Did your client give you them? Where did you get yours? Okay, Victor says he built them himself. Would you send a blank Excel spreadsheet with the formulas already in it? Sharon, that one is a liability issue for me, and I wouldn't do that because if any of the cells don't count or calculate incorrectly, that might put me in the line of fire. So I don't have anything ready to go. But to your point, there are, again, programs that do what the Excel spreadsheets were designed to do. One of the things I want to show you is one of them. Now let's see if the actual program that I'm running now will run this video. If it doesn't, then I'll just run it straight off the internet. It looks like it won't. So let me go ahead and just share it with you straight off the internet. I want to let you see one of the things that we have available for you. You drop this window down, drop a couple windows down, pull the internet back up. And I've already got it queued up and ready to go. So let me share that screen with you instead. And for the purposes of this video, I need to optimize my sound, and let's see if this works out like it should, my friends. All right. Let me see if I can expand it so you can see it. And hopefully the audio works so that you can hear it. Let me just optimize for sound. All right, here we go. Fingers crossed.
If you've ever spent time building an investment analysis spreadsheet in Excel, you know the process can be time-consuming. Now from the RPR Property Details page, launch a financial analysis tool that simplifies that whole process by helping you quickly analyze an investment property. To get started from a Property Details page, click on the link titled Property Analysis for Investors. Press OK above to perform a quick and detailed investment projection analysis for this subject property using standard assumptions. You can edit any field in blue, many of which will populate information from RPR, and some will show presets based on industry standards, but feel free to change these if you see fit. To get started, you will only have to determine the year 1 effective gross revenue and year 1 operating expenses. Once done, you can now modify or add variables, such as closing costs and even renovation budget on the Purchase Sale tab, and watch your entire analysis update automatically. Even upload a cash flow statement from Excel if you have one. Once your data is entered, you will see up to 10 years analysis showing your returns and allowing you to generate reports that detail annual cash flows as well as partnership return breakdowns. Then when you're ready, click on the Share button in the upper right corner of the page. That will allow you to easily share your analysis via email or public link.
There you go. So hopefully this helped some of you. And let me go ahead and get the link to it. Let me escape from there so I can see what I'm doing. Did that help some of you? Did you find any of that helpful? Let me go ahead and change my perspective. I can't see any of you. Did anybody find that helpful? Awesome, great. Yes, ma'am. Gail, wonderful. Thank you. Because the Excel spreadsheet building is an art. Let me just say that now. It's an art. For those of you who do it on your own, bless you. You are magnificent people. It is a skill. And let me put the link to this in the chat for you. Let me pull chat back up. Let me put it down there. Let me see if I can show it to everybody. Here you go. This is the link to the blog where this came from. This did come from the National Association of Realtors website about the RPR, Realtors Property Resource Tool. Does anybody use that tool? I'm just curious. Does anybody actually go into RPR now? Oh, I love seeing that Anthony's using it. I see Bisan using it. Matthew, wonderful. So you see, I see Raquel also uses it. And I don't know if you're familiar with the fact that you've already paid for it in your dues. So for those of you who've never looked at it before, go look at it. It's in the National Association of Realtors website. It's yours, it's there. They've got a ton of actual webinars to teach you how to use both the residential and commercial sides of this tool. It is for both sides, not just one. So to my friends who are not so much fans of all the math, I hope that helped out just a little bit. And let me just go ahead and get our slides back up real quick for my purposes. There we go. And let me share where we are. And again, thank you for your patience with me because I have to manage several screens when we do this class. Awesome. So my video didn't want to play. It flaked out on me, but we got it done anyway. So that tool is called Valuate. This isn't necessarily written out in your book, but I just thought I'd give you some highlights and some points that you got to see in the video. But this is web-based, and it's a marketing tool for the purchase and sale of commercial and residential investment properties. Love that it bothered to populate a 10-year span or a 10-year holding period. And it does give real-time scenario analysis, meaning whenever you change something, it changes everything. So you can quickly see, if I do this, what happens down the line in year 7. So it does give you real-time changes if your client asks you that right now. Well, what happens if this changes? So it's a benefit there. Take a picture if you need to, or go online and look up Valuate. And then identifying the holding period. Many of our people in the room have said this, and all it means is how long the investor intends to keep or own the property. It's in turquoise, so please make a note that this is going to be in your exam review for this portion of the TACS. And another generalization is in the book. I can't say it's true for everybody, but per your book, it does say that many investors plan to hold property for 5 to 10 years before selling or exchanging it. And again, that's not a one-size-fits-all answer. That's just the time frame that's put in your book. Some institutional property owners are tax exempt, and that might affect how long they want to hold the property. Reversion cash flow. I'm going to say it, and then we'll come back to it. These are cash proceeds or future cash benefits the owner will receive at sale after the holding period is over. So when we start looking at multi-period cash flows, we're going to need to account for the reversionary benefit to the owner by estimating the cap rate at the end of our holding period. Let's look at the cap rate at the end, not when we're going in. And the end rate, the end cap rate would be called by some the terminal cap rate or the terminal value. Just wanted to put that out there. Did you all know you've been sitting for an hour? It's time for another break. See you back here in 10 minutes. See, it's flowing. You guys are doing great. No one's nodded off. Ooh, Victor, good note. I need to say that out loud. Where's Sharon? Sharon, Sharon, Sharon. Sharon, are you still there? No, just her chair. That's not a bad idea, actually. Let me ask Lucy, since you're here, Lucy, and Ronnie, since you're there, and even Miguel, if as part of being in this class, we provided you with a blank copy of an Excel spreadsheet with those formulas already plugged in, would you see that as value added to the class?
I would, definitely.
I was gonna ask if you had one, but then you mentioned all the other stuff. So
Right,
yeah,
because
it would be
that's,
valuable.
I'd have to build it and I wouldn't do that for you, but it occurs to me that somebody did build the sheet that got put in the book. And I think the author still has it. And can that be part of what we email you guys as value added for the class? There's a part of me that is just ecstatic with all the great suggestions and then apologetic because we don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel horrible, but really good stuff.
Yeah, I usually build my own spreadsheets as well. I mean, I like
Yeah.
it. It just breaks my head trying to figure out all those formulas.
And Gerald is
and I
saying
enjoy
yes.
it.
Also, yeah, he just says it'd be helpful. I'm
Yeah.
catching on now to what you guys might need or find helpful. And Gail said absolutely as well. I'm gonna just go ahead and put that in there, but provide the Excel sheet with the formulas already in it. I'll see if they're open to that. It's really not a bad idea. Okay, thank y'all. Thanks for that feedback. I swear I'm going to be in more meetings with Texas Realtor after I meet with you guys. Eesh. Hey, Sharon. Hey, I don't know if you heard what we were just talking about. Did you manage to hear it? Well, you kind of bring up a good point, and I was just asking if, as part of what you receive for signing up for this class, was a completed Excel spreadsheet with the formulas plugged in, would you see that as a value added for the class? And overwhelmingly, the people that heard that on break are saying yes. Hey, Sherry and Bobby, thumbs up, thumbs down. Would you appreciate having that? I mean,
that should be part of the class.
Say it again.
I think that should be part of it. The Excel sheet.
To give you the spreadsheet ready to go. Difficult to administer, but I think a great value added so that you would have it to work with in the future. Like a gift with purchase.
Like what was it, the GRI investment class? They give you a
I'm not an office. Sharon, is that your background? Because I'm hearing a lot of someone else talking.
No. Was it GRI investment class? One of the classes I took gave you a CD with everything with the Excel sheets on it.
So you got a CD as like your parting gift or what have you.
Yeah, after you've completed the class and passed the test, you got a CD with the Excel sheets on it.
It's interesting. Okay, so that one was an after thing. Many of you are asking, can I get it now before finishing it? Interesting. All right, making notes of all of that. Thank you though, Sharon.
Welcome.
Yes, this is Bobby. Send after class. That's really interesting information, guys. This is Bobby. Let me put someone on mute.
Hey, Mishka, I've got somebody picking up a check in just a few minutes. So if I'm a few minutes late, they're just picking the check up.
As long as you're not gone more than a couple minutes, that's great. They're coming in, picking it up and running out. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am. You guys have about another 6 or 7 minutes on your break. See you back here in about 6 or 7 minutes. All the great suggestions duly noted, page numbers correcting. Thank you.
Hey, Mish, I have a question for you.
Okay.
For the HARM members, when we paid the fee, does that include all of the classes, or is it just for the 4 here?
Just for the 4 here. It's
Okay.
like GRI. When you take the next section, it would also be whatever you paid for this cluster of 4.
Do you have dates for the other 3?
I'll get those to you later. Right now, tentatively though, I will be doing section 2, November 9, 10, 11, and 13. We're skipping over Thursday because I got to do another class that day. So 9, 10, 11, and 13 through Texas Realtors. And the December dates I have not memorized, but I do believe we set. Got to find for sure.
October 9th.
Somebody asked a question?
Yeah, is it October 9th, 10th, 11th, and 13th?
November.
November. Okay, thank you.
November. Yes, ma'am. I need to, you're going to think this is crazy, but I need time to put these slides together and pull this data out of your books. And so when we do present, it takes a massive effort to do this, to get data out of a book, find a way to middle ground it, and then keep you all awake for 8 hours at a time. So it's a massive undertaking to take someone else's work and then whittle it down in a way that hopefully works for everybody.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Well, I do appreciate that. It's a challenge. I mean, you got folks in the room who are ready to just, really run, and other folks who are already on their knees going, please stop, please. So thank you very much, John. But again, I really do appreciate the partnership. You guys are really like my partners in crime here with the corrections and additions. And again, for somebody was asking, there is a test after each 4-class cluster. So every time you finish 4 classes on the 4th day, there's an exam. So yes. Not every instructor does exam review. I don't know if Ginger will do that. When she teaches the 2nd and 3rd sections, if you should take them through her. So there's no promise that anyone does it a certain way.
Will you be teaching the second part?
I will in November.
All right.
November, not October. I need a break.
You don't need a break.
I need a break. I published my schedule for September, I don't know, maybe a week and a half ago. And most of September is full with teaching dates every single day. Everybody misread the Facebook post and started saying congratulations, as if booking all these dates was an accomplishment, not realizing, no, I'm just sharing my schedule. This is normal. And they were just blown away at, wait, you do this how often? And so sometimes literally I'll do an 8-hour class 4-5 days a week. It's exhausting. I've lost half an inch off my backside. I promise you. I was cute from the backside. Now I need to be doing, what do you do? Is it squats? I got to build it back up, y'all. I need to do some squats.
Teach us standing up.
I really should, but no, I teach regularly. And here's what some of you may not realize too. Our schedules, and I know Quentin does, our schedules are set a year in advance. So the classes that I've been doing were set last year in September. To have squeezed this in is a miracle. Not even lying. To have squeezed in November, confounding. I don't even know how we found the dates. And as a matter of fact, I'll tell you what it is. Who was going to New Orleans for the National Association of Realtors Conference? Because that's when we booked section 2. We're not doing NAR's conference, and so we ended up doing the tax instead. Frankly, I'd rather be in New Orleans partying. All right, guys, we got a minute or so, minute or two, depending on whose clock you're looking at. Come on back. No piggy papers required. I think I got most questions answered, all great suggestions considered. Joe is rocking it by finishing the one in the book. Awesome. All right, so bam, let's get back to it. One small step at a time. Trying not to lose you, because this is that part when eyelids get heavy. But thank you for sticking in there, y'all. So page 51, I hope, I'm scared now to announce page numbers, so I hope it's on page 51. But thanks again for letting me know. We're supposed to be looking at the value of money and risk, and I should risk reward. So in essence, and how true is this? Investors would prefer to receive money today than at some point in the future, unless that money offers a greater return than the rate of inflation. Soak it in. They'd rather receive money today than at some point in the future, unless in the future that money is going to return more money than the rate of inflation. You'd say, of course, if you can catch what's being thrown at you. But let's look at something to illustrate the point, and it's in your book. And I'm going to say that when I read the book, I wasn't really picking up what he was putting down. I had to read that over and over and over again just to see if I could make sense of the way it was written. So this goes back to learning styles. And I'm going to say that for this particular part of the book, your learning style may dictate that you need outside information to grasp the time value of money concept. And there is a lot of stuff out there. Investopedia is nice for breaking things down. What's there's a group of guys, I can't think, it's like Investing for Dummies or something. But there's other websites that will break down the same concepts and make them easier to grasp. So to illustrate, the question on the table is, would you rather receive $100,000 today that you can invest right now, or would you rather receive $100,000 in 5 years? Now, the question seems innocent enough on its face. But some investors might very quickly say, I prefer to do it today because the value of $100,000 is going to erode over the 5-year period. Money then won't be worth what it is today. So give me my 100 grand now and let me buy this building today. And to maybe help drive this home, remember, you can't buy today what you could with $1 back in the 60s. You just can't. This literally proves the point that if someone said, do you want to buy this building now in 1960, then you should have, because now buying the same building, well, you know, freshly built, blah, blah, blah. Today, it's just going to cost more. So the value of the money arguably would be lower in the future. Let me just put it in terms that make sense. This illustration is not in your book. I actually took the time to go look this up. In 1960, you might have gone to a lunch counter and purchased something like this. What is this? The IHOP special? I don't know what the heck this is. I see some hash browns, a little bacon, a couple of eggs. I wish someone would have cooked a little longer. I don't like my eggs like that. You know, a cup of coffee is in there, a little toast. Maybe this is the Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity. I don't know. But this would have cost you maybe $1.25. I don't know. But today in 2020, this right here is all you getting for $1. I wish you would walk into a restaurant and look for a plate of food for $1. It's not happening unless someone's lost all of their mind. And I did do some research to see what was the value of $1 today compared to then. And so it's going to cost you $8.75 to get the same meal. This one, well, you can't see my check mark. This meal is going to cost you $8.75 today. If you bought it back then, you would have gotten it for $1. Same thing with property. And that's what we're supposed to be looking at today is time value of money. What could I have done today instead of waiting for tomorrow? This is when I start to love Taryn's client because I don't feel like running the number. And the man said, just do it. So let's do it. And I appreciate that some days. So let's break it down. We've got some values to look at here. Definitions. We've got present value. It's a sum of money that must be invested in order to achieve a specific future goal. This is present value of money. Future value is the dollar amount that will accrue over time when that sum is invested. What's it going to be? So the present value of money is the amount that you're going to have to invest today to realize the future value of some money. These considerations, let's back this up and make it just make sense. Let's get real plain. These considerations are used when we're looking at retirement. What do I need to put in now so I can live off of it 20 years from now? We do this. People do this all the time, but we mostly do it here. I say that the same $10,000, which is nothing for retirement, that I'm saving today is going to do a doggone thing for me when I retire 50 years from now. So we have to go back and value what money is worth now versus what we think it'll be worth then. And again, we do this all the time when we look at things like retirement or when we even plan for a period of unemployment. Maybe we're just going to have the kids and stay home for a while. Mom says, you know what? I'm going to stay home for the first 2 years of my kid's life. These are moments when we do this for real. So let's look at it numerically. If you invested that $100,000 that I offered you about 5 minutes ago, and you invested that money in a cash investment earning 3% for 5 years, that $100,000 is going to be worth $115,927 at the end of the 5 years. So the question becomes, would you prefer to receive this money in 5 years or $100,000 in 5 years? In this case, waiting for 5 years to make that $100,000 is going to cost you $15,927 because the money is not valued the same. It's going to cost you money to wait. So some of you, because you all have been fantastic today, have already hit your calculators and went, wait, that doesn't add up to $15,927. Yes, it does. It's not such a simple formula. It's going to need an exponential consideration. But let me ask you this. Did you catch this? If you did the basic math on this investment, $100,000 earning 3% per year for 5 years, some of you might have put in the calculator very simple numbers and come out with $15,000. That's not what we got. Your math needs to look a little something like this. Dun, dun, dun. Time for another formula. So for those of you who can't stand it, one more. Here we go. Don't get freaked out by the page. I know there's a lot of stuff on the page. Do not get flipped out by this. But we're going to look at the time value of money. I hope we're still on page 51. You guys have got me nervous to start looking at page numbers. But future value is what the asset that we have is going to be worth at the end of the holding period. The present value is not the same as the market price paid for the property. It represents the current value of all future cash flows, and this is when things get really heady here, discounted for time, not the market value of the real estate. And there's this formula here that also needs you to have some more information. The rate of return being 3%, and the number of payment periods. And in this case, we receive one interest payment each year for 5 years. So there's this ugly little formula here. And I want you to know part of this is going to pop up on the test. Don't flip out on me, not just yet. I just want you to remember that when we move forward, present value is going to be $100,000. The 1 plus R is our rate of return of 3% plus 1. So here we go, 1 plus 3% expressed with a decimal is going to get us 1.03. And that N, that exponent, is going to be 5. So we're going to explain how we got the 15,927. And here we go. We're going back to school. Do you remember square roots? Everybody remember square roots back in the day? Oh, what's the square root of 9? Well, put it in the chat if you remember. What's the square root of 9? Ooh. There you go. 9 times 9 is 81. So there's a formula you have to run because you're going to multiply a number by itself. So it's actually 81. 2 times 2 is 4. That's the square root of it. 4 times 4 is 16. There's, you know, I mean, is it, yeah, 16. Those are your square roots. And I know we got to go back to school, but let me just draw the whole thing out. Thank you. Here we go. Because N is written in what we call a superscript, right? Bam, there it is. It's written up a little higher. It's called an exponent, and it refers to how many times you're going to need to multiply a number by the same number. So when we looked at our formula, 5 squared, like we used to say in grade school, would look like this. And in our case, we were doing the square root of the 1.03. So we have to say 1.03 times 1.03, and we're going to do this 5 times. To do the math this way, you would have ended up with 1.15927. So this exponent of 1.03 multiplied by itself 5 times would get you, 1.15927, not the 15,000 flat you thought. In the Excel spreadsheet, the formula would have looked like this. This is one of the reasons we're not using it, because we'd have to go back and explain data entry. And by the way, adversely, if we knew another part of the formula, we knew present value, but we were looking for future value, that same formula up there, look at this formula and write this down for the sake of the exam. Just write it down. Don't want to confuse you. Write it down the way it is written. I know that there is the opposite up here. This formula is looking for future value. This formula, for the sake of your exam, is looking for present value, which means we rearranged the formula. We're not dividing, multiplying anymore like this one does. We now need to divide some factors to get a different figure. For the purposes of your exam, you're going to need to remember this particular formula. Spend some time mentally on that one. But the figure is not simply 15,000. The formula represents or results in 15,927. And that's where all that came from, doing the exponential calculations instead of just raw numbers. But that's why the Excel spreadsheet is key, or using the Evaluate tool is key. Those things are included when they do the calculations. Now, instead of 3% earnings, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to look at 3% inflation rate instead. And we've really stayed away from a lot of inflation figures because our friends know how bad and how crazy this can get when we're starting to calculate numbers for everybody. This can get pretty bad. This can get really deep. And so we're trying not to hurt you. We're trying to introduce to you. So if a parcel of land is selling for $100,000 today, question on the table is, what would it cost to buy this same parcel of land if I waited 5 years and I accounted for the inflation rate going up 3% every year? Excuse me, I'm about to lose my voice. At the same time, you have to consider, you do this all the time. You ever drive through a neighborhood and say, I ought to buy that land because you know what? Somebody's going to want to put a HEB on that sucker. I need to go and get that now. Someone's going to want to put something on it and I think I need to buy it or I need to have it because it's going to be worth something. In the Houston area, Bridgeland. Is anyone familiar with Highway 99 and the Bridgeland area? A lot of land out there. And some people went out there and bought that land up because they're getting ready that as the homes develop around it, the commercial will come later. So sometimes we have to say, look, I'll go ahead and buy it now, but let me see what this thing is going to be if I wait and buy it later. And that's what we're looking at this moment. And don't get bogged down in the formula, the actual working of the numbers. Just remember the parts that you're going to see highlighted in turquoise. So that answer on that other page, again, was the answer to this page was 115,927. And Raymond had already worked it out. Got to give you kudos for that in the chat. And so the answer is the same number. 3% inflation per year did result in the same number for the 5 years. It's still, your waiting is, it's going to cost you another 15,927 if you wait. So it's reduced the spending power of our $100,000 over the 5-year period with a 3% annual rate of inflation by the $15,000. Get it now. So our dollar is worth less tomorrow than it is today if we factor in inflation. This isn't anything new. You know this. This is something inherently you deal with every day. But now, take a note. This is something that's going to be in your exam. And we're looking at something called a discount rate. And I know that my daily practitioners understand this inherently, and you need to. But this may require an in-depth reading of your text. I have to pause for, Joe Eccles, I see, is really, really good with that Excel spreadsheet. He's already worked things out. But I'm going to take a pause because I have to say, the book, again, Sherry and Bobby, it does take the time to walk you through the storybook of all these formulas. It's like a nasty fairy tale. It will walk you through these formulas. But for the sake of this class, this is like a CCIM on speed, on crack. This is ridiculous. CCIM classes do take you through formulas and expect maybe in a different length of time for you to grasp this stuff. I'm asking you to do this in 3 minutes per slide. I do hope you all are understanding where I'm coming from, which is why the emphasis is understand that your book has it. I see people are still writing down that answer there. But again, this is why I keep expressing to you, and I want to depressurize the room, that this isn't designed for you to master this right now. This is not a master's class. That's why this is a certification class as opposed to designation. Designations imply a greater level of learning and experience. The CCIM, designation. This, certification. So the book is your tool to literally go through this information if you find yourself needing it. And again, that needs to be reiterated again so that you know we're aware that we are speeding you through concepts. So take a look at discount rates. This is the thing that we use to estimate the value of an investment when we discount it for time. It's used in discounted cash flow analysis to determine the time value of money that's going to be expected in the future on cash flow. What's it going to do to cash flow? So we're going to, cover discounted cash flow in upcoming sections of the class, but the concept has been introduced. Now, discounted rate simplified, and I'm going to just go back really quickly. The discount rate here, I said that this is the rate used to estimate the value of an investment when we discount it for time. And again, it's used when we're going to look at cash flow in the future. So let me give you something that's not in your book. Let's say a company has been in business for 100 years, maybe over 100 years. I don't know how long Coca-Cola has been in business, but they've been in business a long time. So I chose Coca-Cola. And they've got considerable and consistent market share in their industry. And they do in their respective markets. In some parts of the country, Pepsi rules and folks can't stand Coca-Cola. But around these parts, Coke is king. Maybe it's Mountain Dew. I don't know what you drink. But for the points here, that's what the case is. And while they're consistently profitable, there isn't the room for significant growth. Now, let me just ask you why I said that about Coca-Cola. Is there room for significant growth for Coca-Cola? Seriously? I see some looks like, was that Patty? What were you saying?
Well, they're not going to come out with Coca-Cola laundry soap. They're not going to come out with Coca-Cola toilet paper.
Right. And heaven forbid, didn't we try New Coke? And that just,
yeah, they're not going to do that one again.
Okay. New Coke didn't work. Please get back to the old Coke. I mean, they pulled actual good cans of fluid off the shelf because New Coke didn't work. Now, where is Victor? He says, very innovative in their drinks and more products are coming out, but market share really depends on the original product. And that's the thing that's steady. Y'all, let me tell you something about Victor Flores. This man has been putting excellent comments in the chat and they're all private. Victor, cut that out. Victor, you've got wonderful comments. And like he said, they have very innovative drinks that they're putting out, like the ones that are fruity flavored and whatnot. Fantastic, but it's a smaller, considerably smaller share of the market. And in a few years, these things may disappear like some of their products tend to do. Also, don't forget, Coke used to have a clothing line. Who remembers the Coke Rugby? I had one. I see Chris Parker nodding. So market share for this product really is their original product. And that's the thing that is consistent. It is predictable and it is profitable in their respective markets. And somebody says Coca-Cola did acquire vitamin water, but in the world of soda, they're very sure of who they are and what they're about. And that's what this example is about. And I miss my Coke Rugby. I actually loved my shirt. So proud to have it. Anyway, so let's keep going. Coke, does Coke have an energy drink, Raymond? Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Ugh. Anyway, so Coca-Cola is stable. They're consistent. They're predictable. This company is a prime candidate for discounted cash flow analysis because with some level of certainty, we can kind of forecast what the company's going to be doing in the future. If we've got a startup, we might not be able to do that. We've got new investments in new parts of town and just all kinds of new things to consider. This may not be the tool for you. So we can use discounted cash flow to estimate what the company's valuation should be today. This is not as simple, this is a little notation here, as adding up the cash flow numbers, coming to a value and saying, bam, that's what it's gonna be. It ain't that simple. Oh, I see some back and forth about the monster drinks and the thang. And okay, let me get out of this Coca-Cola conversation in the chat. You all are something else. So a few more notes on cash flow. Cash flow tomorrow is not worth as much as it is today. We can thank inflation for that truth, my friends. As prices rise over time, a dollar won't buy as much stuff in the future compared to what it can buy today. We've been saying that for a straight 25, 30 minutes now, and it just holds true. So, second thing to consider, there's uncertainty in any projection of the future. One of the things you guys want to definitely avoid as you move forward in your careers, and I'm looking for some of our practitioners like Cheyenne and Joe and whatnot, and even Quentin, to remind you, when you start putting these things down in writing for your client, make sure there's the caveat that this is just an estimate, that this is not a guarantee. Lucy is nodding, so thank you very much. We don't know what will happen, like COVID-19. Anybody who invested in the travel industry, they are just getting them cruise ships back on the water. Did you all see the news today during the lunch break? They are just now putting some of those ships back on the water. Capacity is severely diminished. They're not going to make money for a while. Additionally, because cash flow in the future carries a risk that cash today does not, we must discount future cash flow to compensate us for the risk that we're going to take while we're waiting to get it. Again, cash today has no such uncertainty. Today's money is what it is. So we're not going to be shocked. This is what it is. I love that the kids say that. I say that for everything. Well, Mom, it is what it is. Fine, but it does apply here. So keep in mind that in the time value of the money section in your book, we chose 3% as our discount rate to find present value on our cash deposit. This rate was based on the expected inflation rate annually of 3% to determine future value of our money in 5 years, because we're going to hold this building for 5 years. But selecting a simple rate of inflation as a discount rate doesn't necessarily account for the investor's risk premium. Now take a note at what's over here on the end. Oh, my little checkbox is covering up the words. The degree for determining, or excuse me, the method for determining the degree of profitability is called the internal rate of return. This is independent of external factors like inflation. Please bear that in mind for the exam. The method for determining the degree of profitability is an internal rate of return, and it's independent of certain external factors. So as we move forward through, again, what's going to be an oversimplified example, keep this in mind. Again, simply selecting a rate of inflation and just saying, oh, that's my discount rate doesn't work. You're going to want to determine which property offers the highest risk-adjusted return before investing. Taryn clearly does this. It's just that his client doesn't want to know. So discounted cash flow analysis, before we can solve for that internal rate of return, we need to revisit the same methods that we used to find cap rates and time value of money by looking at a discount rate. Now, let me say this right now. I know that I spoke English. I know good and well that what I just said was in good English. And I know some of you just heard me speak Russian. I know you did. You went, what? I get it. We're not asking you to master this for your exam. I'm telling you that now. So let me get you ahead one slide to a formula, and I'm going to say this again slowly. Before we can get to an internal rate of return, we're going to have to revisit some of the methods that we use to get to cap rates and time value of money. And we're going to have to consider things like inflation by using a discount rate for multiple period cash flows. And that's called discounted cash flow analysis. I know that's a lot. So when we went to buy this property, there was a cap rate in place. But when we're going out, we're selling this sucker, the cap rate is now different. That's all I really want you to catch on to. is that the cap rates reflect the property return for a 1-year period, and they're found very simply by running this quick formula. But we use the cap rate to estimate the current value of a property based on next year's projection of NOI. But cap rates can vary differently. Some of our practitioners in the room express that. That number can change based on what you put in it. Matthew is very, very serious about knowing what numbers did a seller put in there before you just start accepting the cap rate given to you. So we're going to look at the going in cap rate, which is the one that it was when you bought the property. But what I want to do is do something different. I'm going to give you this now. I'm going to give you this break now. We're only 40 minutes in, but I'm going to give you this break now so that we can account for exam review for yesterday and today. So 10 minutes at 2:45. Boo, 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 boo. Oink. Simon, whose original formula was an energy drink? What do we got going on here? Okay, and I've got to call.
Is Ronnie still on?
Let's flip through and
I'm here. Did you need
there
me?
he is.
Yes, I sent you a message.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I apologize. I was on the phone here.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll respond to you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
You guys are really, really chat active. It's kind of hard to catch it all. Okay, where's that phone number I needed? Here we go. Let me make my phone call too. Hey, Diana, this is Mish calling. If you are still listening on the presentation, this is Mish calling Diana. Okay, we are back. Apologize for my delay. I had to handle a few things with Texas Realtors, but we are back in session. Give everybody a second to pet their dogs and wrap up phone calls and come on back. Forgive me for that. I had to make some calls for class-related stuff. Let's take a quick set of feedback. I'd love to see in the chat how everybody would feel about receiving the spreadsheet that's in the book with formulas already filled in. Would you appreciate that? All right, I'm seeing a thumbs up from Quentin. I'm seeing 4 yeses from one person. Okay, all right, Niquay, I see yes with 17 S's on the end. Awesome. And now I'm curious. I'm not trying to be mean, but I heard this a couple of different ways. Some say it would be great to have it on the way into class. Some people say once you have finished and taken your test, it'd be great to get this after it's over. How would you want to receive it? Just curious. Someone says it doesn't matter to me. Some people want it before. Some say during class. That'd be too hard to do during for sure. Some people are saying after. I mean, it's interesting. It'd be nice to have it at the beginning so you can practice after class each day. Okay. When you pay and register, can you send it out? Supplemental. Okay, so wow, I'm blown away, guys, because again, there's so much that can be done to improve this class. A lot of you, I think the majority, say maybe after the first day, can we get the link? Or maybe after the second day, can we get the link? Because we don't hit the spreadsheet till the second day. And it wouldn't do you any good on the first. But point taken. And I think Sharon Yeary brought that suggestion up. So thank you for that, Sharon, and for the feedback. I got agreement for Anthony just to get in and play with it as we learn. So let me see where Texas Realtor stands with that and see if the author of the book preserved what he shared. I don't know if that's just, typed in or if it really does have preset formulas in the actual grid. So thank y'all for making the notation on that. And I do have that in the book for in the list of suggestions. But it looks like overall 20, same thing. She'd like to have it at the beginning. Okay, duly noted. Nikki, y'all let me know if there's more that you need and want for the class, just so that we can make it better.
Hey, Mish, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Your November class, so we have the TACS 2 with HAR in November, but you're doing the 2 in November as well?
I'm doing number 2 in November through Texas Realtors.
Okay. Do they register through Texas Realtors for that, or how does that work? Is it going to be
Well, let me just say this. When I scheduled that date, I scheduled it through Texas Realtors. I went through Deb.
Okay.
And so each board where everybody came from will see that that date is available, and you all will put on your websites when this class is available through Texas Realtors.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you'll do what you did today.
We have a TACS. It's scheduled in November, but it is not with Mish. So if you guys, at least at this time, want to be a part of that one, you may have to go to a different board to register, because I don't believe we're a part of that broadcast, at least not as of today.
I'm feeling some kind of way because Houston is my backyard. So
I know what's happening here.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways,
But I don't know if we'll have 2 in 1 month or not. It might be just proctoring, scheduling, that kind of thing. But it's still available. It's still going to be held the same way. It's just that some of you have registered with HAR, even though you're with ABOR and stuff like that. You may have to go do the same thing for the November one if you prefer Mish. Just FYI.
Oh, you know what, y'all? I'm a little hurt right now. I'm a little hurt.
I was kind of surprised you weren't teaching all 3 of them for us, but I'm guessing you probably had the broadcast already, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I saw the same thing. That's why I did not enroll in the other classes yet, because I'm waiting on you to teach them.
Oh, I love y'all. Thank you so much.
Well, so is he saying that we go through HAR to register if we're a member of HAR, or we go through Texas Realtors?
So currently, we are not part of the broadcast for November and December, the TACS 2 and 3 that Mish is doing with TAR. We have our own Zoom TACS classes scheduled, but those are with Ginger Unger for those 2 months.
I don't know Ginger.
And
but I
they have to do them in order,
And
right?
you do have to do in order, right?
And
Mhm.
so if you're not, if we can't get in for November, the next one is in December. So
Well, that would be part 3 in December, which you couldn't
Yeah.
take unless you did at least the one with us with Ginger, or the one, if you decide to do the one with Mish, you probably will have to go to a different board, like
Okay,
or
I got you. I
Metro
didn't
Text
see
or
her.
something like that to register, right?
Yeah, I didn't see her,
Carolyn?
so I didn't register at all. I was trying to bring it up without bringing it up, but.
Right, right.
Thanks.
Carolyn, the Metrotex has 2 and 3 open for registration.
Oh, perfect. I looked today and I couldn't get in. All righty, thanks.
Yeah, just if you log into your Metrotex account, you'll be able to find them both listed.
All right, thank you.
And those are both by Mish.
Yes, those will both be taught by Nish. They're with, we are doing it in partnership with Texas Realtors.
Okay, so if we're doing it in conjunction with them, then of course we can, because I couldn't, I tried to go through Texas Realtors and you weren't there, so. Okay.
Yes, you'll have to go to the Metrotex website. I've looked into it because somebody brought it up to me yesterday.
Probably.
For some reason, even though I put it into their system, it's not showing up that we're teaching it.
I think
we are. We're gonna join in with the Nish.
Yeah.
So-
We tried to do it that morning and couldn't get it done, so.
So Ronnie,
Yeah.
Horrible.
hey, Ronnie, what are your
okay.
dates?
Quentin Rockwell. When
ma'am.
Rita asked the question, did I tell all these members to go register somewhere else? You better tell. I didn't say that now.
Hey, I'm just
just know you're
answering the
making
question
things
myself.
All they have to do is go look in the chat because
I was
everybody
gonna say, we were looking for you, so you can't hide. Get over it.
Ronnie?
Now, I will tell y'all this, Ginger is very sweet. You know, I've met her for the first time this year. Y'all would enjoy her as well. Of course, everyone has their favorites, so.
There you go.
What dates are yours, Ronnie?
The
Is that-
dates Nish gave us earlier, are those the ones you're teaching? The one right before Thanksgiving?
Those are the ones you would have to take through a different board if you're a HAR member. You're with ABOR, so your board already has me scheduled. It's the Houston Association of Realtors that schedules independently. And so they're going to teach the classes, we'll have Ginger teaching. And then everyone else's board will likely have me teaching those classes through your respective boards. I know that's a little more than you ever needed to know about how we schedule classes. It's a crazy little nuance, but my job is to push money to specific boards. And we literally just pushed Houston money out the door. I'm sorry.
People were asking for you, Mish, so I can only help that.
I need backup, and somebody said it's in the chat, so thank you.
They owe money out the door.
Oh, thanks, Elizabeth. I see it here through Metrotext.
There you go. So, and it's really, it's a nuance of how we structure education. You can shop classes by title. You can shop classes by date. You can even shop classes by instructor. There are people out there who choose, they love Candy Cook, for example, love a Candy Cook class and will follow her and take whatever she's teaching. So you can follow your instructors. But for all the love in that chat, that's an amazing birthday gift. So thank you all very, very much.
Ronnie, can you verify what your dates are?
What, I'm sorry?
Can you verify your dates?
Oh, sure. Give me 1 second.
November.
Houston dates for the part are, let's see, November 2nd, 4th, 9th, and 11th. And then for the part 3, it's going to be early December, which would be December 7th, 8th, 14th, and 15th.
Cool.
Actually have the TACS part 1 next month as well, but you guys are done with that, so.
And we mix and match classes.
Not with SAE. You gotta attend all 4 days.
Well, I know we got to attend all 4 days, but Could I do like 2 days with Mitch and 2 days with you?
No, exactly. That's the same thing. You shouldn't be able to do that as either. You can only miss one day of any one particular class. Yeah.
All right, yeah, I just had to schedule.
It works like GRI, I guess, right?
Yeah, I just have to work through a scheduling conflict, that's all.
Okay.
Ronnie, GRI, you can do them in any sequence step with the GRI.
The GRI is totally separate. So the structure you all are referring back to, it's a little different. There are some similarities, and you can do GRI out of order. But per the first day, that set of questions we answered, this one has to be taken in sequential order. But Taryn asked a good question. If I take days 1 and 2 in order with Mish and days 3 and 4 in order with Ginger, does that work? It's on my list of stuff to ask. Does that make sense, y'all? It just got quiet in the room. Okay, so forgive us for all that sidebar conversation. So 2 instructors, but in order. So I'm writing that down as well. Awesome.
But Mitch, I don't see your dates for November on the Texas Realtor website.
In your case, you're going to go through your board and look at your board. When I say Texas Realtor schedule me, and this, again, this is just a nuance of our business. Texas Realtor schedules me. There is a master schedule. Every board in Texas, and there's over 70 boards in Texas, will go look at the master schedule and say, you know what? I want to offer my members that class, this class, that class, and oh, these 3 classes over here. That stuff ends up on your board's calendar. So when I say I'm going through Texas Realtors, you have to see if the board that you're a member of decided to offer those classes, but you won't see it. And forgive me for my misspeaking if it's confusing. It's not that Texas Realtors offered the class. Your board is just using the Texas Realtors calendar. And there you go. So check your respective board. I don't know who you're a member of, and look there and see if your board is offering what's on the master calendar from Texas Realtors. And if you don't see it, all you need to do is call the board and say to the education director at your respective board, can you add this to y'all's calendar? Several of us would like to take it. They'll add it, but that's how that works. And sometimes they need to know what membership wants. I promise you, by the way, we'll be finishing this section on time, but you have to tell them what you want. And to the point where some of you have already figured out that this class has a lot of data. Your books is full of information, but I need to back this train up one more step. This was a lot of doggone information. I need to just, can we back up a little more? For you guys, you may not see it on your schedules, but you need to go look at the Texas Realtors calendar, or tell someone in your office, go look at the Texas Realtor calendar. Go find Mish. She's teaching Commercial Leasing 101, Commercial Leasing Contracts 101. We're talking Commercial Letters of Intent for Sales and Leasing 101. There's a whole package series of classes that are 101 level courses. They're simpler, language is easier, formulas, I think there's 2 in a whole 4-day series. It's a lot easier for anybody who says this was great, just way too much, I need to back up. So you have to go ask for it. And that's how all this works. So does that make sense for those of you who don't see stuff on your home calendars? I hope it does. Again, it's a little bit of a nuance of how we do what we do. And yes, those classes are online. I think many boards have decided, not all, but many have decided not to do things in person yet. Some are, but some are not. I will be showing up in your city as soon as every board says that's how we're doing it. I do travel. Trust me. I like seeing y'all. One of the last classes I taught, we pulled out switchblades and lemonade. I know that sounds crazy, but we did. We had a great time. We got into a fake fight and had a good time in class. My boss, Rita, was in the room for that one, Quentin. Switchblades and lemonade, but no, we do have a good time when we're live. So let's move forward. And again, we're kind of creeping and crawling just a little bit, but I anticipate, I'm going to go ahead and surprise you guys with it now. I anticipate that we're going to get out a little early today. So just want to let you know that because this is really experimental, it's first day, that we've ever taught this section, it's all the unknown. What do we need to do?